Sound check 1, AFNA, April 21st. Sound check 1.
Oh, shoot.
And committee members, I have put a test vote up.
Yeah, and I just deleted my e-scribe. I'll get back there. Don't worry.
No worries. And good morning, Charles. It's Angela from the Clerk's Department. Can you hear me okay?
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
I sure can. Did you want to just test sharing your screen?
Sure. How's that?
We're live, not Memorex. Good morning, everyone. A wonderful, cold, windy, blustery day. Rainy. Anyways, so I'd like to call the meeting to order. Members of the public are advised that our meetings are webcast live by the City of Hamilton and temporarily archived on the city's website. Any presentations and reports considered at this meeting are available on the city's website, and members of the public can contact the clerk's office to acquire documents in an alternate form or format. As well, a reminder that all electronic devices are to be switched to a non-audible function during committee meetings, and members are reminded of the 5-minute time limit, which will be adhered to during this meeting. Members can submit another request to speak if they require more time to ask questions or make comments. And I note quorum is present. So good morning again, everyone. There are no ceremonial activities today. Madam Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. There are added presentations for all of the presentation items, and there is an additional presentation item 8.3A, which is the JL Greitmeyer Arena Lessons Learned Audit Responses and Actions. There's also an added private and confidential item 14.2, confidential correspondence from David A. Vanderwoord, Ross and McBride, respecting the Hamilton Waterfront Trust.
Thank you. May I have a mover and a seconder to approve the agenda as amended? Moved by Councillor Vanderbeek, seconded by Councillor Powers. Electronic vote, please. Thank you.
Just waiting on Councillor Clark.
He's at City Hall. It'll probably be slower. Thumbs up, I see.
And that vote carries 7-0.
Thank you. And then are there any declarations of interest today? Seeing none, thank you. Then we're going to move on to item 4 is the approval of the minutes. Sorry, I'm following two scripts here. Approval of the minutes of the previous meeting of April the 7th. May I have a mover and a seconder to approve the minutes? Moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Ferguson. And electronic vote, please. Now we're going to move. Sorry, Angela. Yeah.
Yep, and that vote carries 7-0.
Thank you. We have no communication items today, no delegation request. Oh, there was. You said there's a change. Is there not? Delegation request?
No, there's an added confidential communications item,
Okay.
so that'll be item 14.2.
Got it. Thank you. So we move on to consent items. Item 7.1 is 50 Charlton Avenue East, Hamilton, water and wastewater storm account debit adjustment FCS 22023. It's Ward 2. Staff present will be Brian McMullen, John Savoya, and Nick Winters. Can I have a mover and a second to receive consent item 7.1? Moved by Councillor Brenda Johnson, seconded by Councillor Farr. Thank you. Councillor Farr, are you on this committee? No, I didn't think so. Thank you. So moved by Councillor Brenda Johnson, seconded by Councillor Powers. Thank you. And let me see now. Are there any questions on this item? If not, we'll have a vote, please. You're here because it's your ward, Councillor. Thank you.
And that vote carries 7-0.
Thank you. We're going to move on to item 7.2 is various advisory committee minutes. So we have a 7.2A and 7.2B are the Immigrant and Refugee Advisory Committee minutes of January 13th and March 10th. May I please have a mover and a second to receive these two committee minutes? Moved by Councillor Wilson, seconded by Councillor Vanderbeek. Any discussions on these items? If not, a recorded vote, please. Nice to see the subcommittees getting caught up on their minutes. Excellent.
And that vote carries 7-0.
Thank you. We're going to move on now to presentations. First item is item 1 is Hamilton Waterfront Trust 2020 annual briefing by Werner Plessel, Executive Director. Werner Plessel, Executive Director of the Hamilton Waterfront Trust, is here to provide the 2020 annual briefing. And do I see him on screen yet? I do not.
He is with us.
Thank you. So I'm going to say welcome, Werner, and we'll move right into your presentation, sir. Sorry, I don't see him on screen, but if he's
He is definitely still, oh, there he is, right
There you
there.
are. Good morning, Werner. Thank you.
Good morning.
Well,
Thank you,
sir.
Madam Chairman.
Thank you. So we're going to move right into, you may go ahead with your presentation, sir. Do you have a presentation to put up or?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you.
Can you see the presentation?
I can, sir. I'm hoping everyone else can. Yes, I see some thumbs up from Councilor Powers.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak to the committee, Madam Chairman, members of councilors, and staff. The Hamilton Waterfront Trust, I've been the executive director for over 20 years. We were established. Sorry, just having difficulty. We were established in 2001 as a agreement between the federal government, the Hamilton Port Authority, and the City of Hamilton. The Waterfront Trust since 2003 is located on Pier 8 on the western portion as indicated in this slide. Again, we were formed in 2000 in November 24th with initial funding of $6.3 million. And that deed of trust was revised in October of 2018. And it was an agreement between the City of Hamilton and the Waterfront Trust. Our mission statement was being revised slightly over the years. We make it possible for everyone to use and enjoy Hamilton's waterfront. Hamilton Waterfront Trust is a leader in providing developments designed to enhance the waterfront experience and promote easy access to the water's edge within its beautiful surroundings. We are dedicated to find new, exciting ways to make it easier for residents and visitors to experience this waterfront, this wonderful part of our city. To date, the Waterfront Trust has done a number of capital projects. They are listed, and so far it's over $46 million, with the about $6 million coming from the trust and the other various sources, primarily the City of Hamilton. In terms of the capital projects, here are a number of projects that this Waterfront Trust has undertaken, and almost all of them have been turned over to the city after completion. Most of them, or all of them, were undertaken on City of Hamilton lands. The first one being the Hamilton Beach Trail, almost 19 years old. The Waterfront Trail extension around Piers 5, 6, and 7, which is currently all being updated and renovated in accordance with the City of Hamilton West Harbor Recreational Master Plan. We also were involved in the design and the construction of the Lakeland Center, a facility that's on the Hamilton Beach, and I understand is managed by an outside company on behalf of the Conservation Authority and the City of Hamilton. We also did the restoration work on the 9 to 10 acres of remediated lands at Windermere Basin, just off the QEW. We also worked with the Discovery Center at Parks Canada when Parks Canada moved out of the building. We worked on some renovations in the building. And then the western part of it was renovated for a restaurant and was used by Sercoa from 2012 to 2017. And the Waterfront Trust currently works with the city in managing the operation of the building and facilitating its use for various rentals. In addition to the capital projects, we, over the last 20 years, have undertaken a number of activities, operations on the waterfront, primarily in the area of Pier 8, making it a destination. So the operations we have is the Hamiltonian Tour Boat, Williams Fresh Cafe, Waterfront Scoops, Waterfront Trolley, Waterfront Grill, the HWT Center, the outdoor ice rink, skate rental, and bike concessions. And they are all ongoing, some of them for about 18 years for the Hamiltonian, and the newer ones for about 5 years. We also undertake a number of events during the year, one of them being the Hamilton Harbor Fishing Derby, which we hope to do again this summer, where we have up to 2,000 or 3,000 Hamiltonians and a lot of kids attending, and we try to give them an introduction to the harbor and fishing. These are some pictures of the various food concessions that we operate. The waterfront attractions, the Harbor Queen in the middle was sold a number of years ago to an outside private company. I understand they no longer operate. And one of the most popular items in the middle picture shows the winter ice outdoor skating, and in the summer we have rollerblading. And the events we put on, music on the waterfront, it's been going on for, this will be its 11th year. And that's a music festival every Thursday morning for 15 to 16 weeks in the summer. We've worked with the city on two major tall ships visit, 213 and 217, and I think we're probably due for another one in the next year or so. We also worked with the community on a number of different initiatives over the last 18 years. In terms of 2020, that was a challenge for us and most of the world in terms of COVID coming in March of that year. So we had various closures dictated by the province, federal government, and the city of Hamilton. So the number of people visiting here was drastically reduced, and those numbers indicate the number of visitors we had. Some are estimates, and then the percentage relative to 2019. The other issue we had in 2020, if you remember, City of Hamilton was constructing what we would call the subdivision for Pier 8, so the roads and sewers, et cetera, went in. So that made difficult access for our site, but we made it through, and the roads and everything is finished now. Just maybe this slide is out of order, but it indicates the number of the capital projects we've undertaken jointly with the city and the status of them. Back to 2020, our revenue was 1.914 million. We have one significant contract with the city of Hamilton, and that is the operation of the ice rink, which we've undertaken for the past 11 years. Expenditures were 2.255 million and EBITDA minus 340, amortization 31,000. Government existence through the CERB was 340,654, and the deficiency of revenue over expenses was 30,557, negative number. In our relationship with the city, we have the deed of trust. So the city of Hamilton is provided with an annual audited statements, and the last ones were from 2020. And that's what I'm here to discuss in more detail or answer any questions. The city of Hamilton also appoints 5 board members, 3 councillors, and 2 citizens at large. We also have ongoing agreements with the city for operating the trolley on the Waterfront Trail, the outdoor ice rink, and different events should they come up on Pier 8 that the city requests assistance in. And we also do some major capital projects on the waterfront, which I'll get into in a minute, and as well as leasing some lands at 47 and 57 Discovery Drive. This is a shot of Pier 8, the western part of it. The top inset is the way it looked like about 3 years ago before the city started construction of the subdivision on the former Port Authority lands, and the lower picture shows about 15, 20 years ago, before Parks Canada built the property, and it was operated as a shipping pier by the Hamilton Port Authority. This is part of the Harbor West Recreational Master Plan, with the top right-hand corner being Pier 8, and then moving west would be into Pier 7, 6, 5, 4, and then Bayfront Park Pier 3, and this represents a pictorial of the master plan. This represents the construction we are presently completing at the Piers 6 and 7 area. This here shows the shoreline and the work that's being completed. It's being done by Seaways Construction. The shoreline at Pier 5 and 6 is new in this photograph. And you can see a grid work of steel, and that will be over the water with fish habitat underneath it. These previous clip showed the construction on Piers 5, 6, and 7, the shoreline. That was the first phase, which was about 950 meters length of shoreline, over 4,000 square meters of new fish habitat creation. And this is a piece of shoreline that was never available to the general public. And when it opens later this year, the public will have complete access to the shoreline. This is one picture of a rendering at the foot of James Street, looking north to Williams Fresh Cafe, looking up the channel with potential buildings on each side. In terms of the landscaping, the walkways and that construction will be finished later this year. The first phase will be finished at the end of this month, in a couple of weeks. The second phase is out to tender now. It closes at the end of this month in April, and we anticipate construction starting beginning of June and being completed in November. In terms of future works with the city, or that the Waterfront Trust is looking at in the long term and a 10-year forecast, we see the capital works with the city winding down as the development is completed, but there's an opportunity to continue the various business units that we have a lot of experience now, and some of them over 18 years. A number of the capital projects that we see are required is the replacement of the trolley. We see there's potential for a number of new activities on the waterfront, whether they be kayaks, paddle boat rentals, etc., as the lands are become available and finished over the next year or so. In terms of the facilities the Waterfront Trust uses, owned by the city, one is the refrigeration building for the ice rink. We can see a need for expanding that for some storage of our Zamboni. Right now, we always have to look for other off-site locations for the Zamboni and the trolley. And the fourth item we look at is some improvements to the public space for the recreational enjoyment of the public, particularly in the winter area, some heated spaces, some other services. As the waterfront becomes more accessible and finished, there'll be a lot more people visiting. In terms of our long-term forecast budget, this shows our revenue, expenses, and income. And after the 2021 budget, we see positive income every single year, although it is in the range of 100 to 200,000 per year. It's not huge, but it is positive. The revenue, the blimps or the high points in 2021 and 22 represent the capital works that we are working on behalf of the city of Hamilton. And in terms of the audited statements, our auditors are just finishing off for 2021, and I expect that report will go to our board early in May and be sent to the city of Hamilton probably within a month from now. Viewing the tapes from the previous meetings, there was a question with respect to the 2020 audit under professional fees. It showed a figure of 50,696 for 2020, and the previous year, 2019, it showed 25,800. The reason for that increase is that was an initial payment of about $30,000 for the design fees, which our auditor considered professional fees for the art feature. So that's up by 30,000. That's the reason for it. And that art feature, again, it was a commission that the Waterfront Trust put out with the assistance for the city of Hamilton. That will be installed in the fall of this year on completion of the landscaping works on piers 5, 6, and 7. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Werner. Excellent, excellent information. Beautiful slides. Thank you for that. And I was remiss, so I will now just acknowledge we have Councillor Farr as the chair of the Waterfront Trust and Bernie Mueller as vice chair, who are also present with us today. So thank you and welcome, everyone. Now I'm going to turn to committee. Are there any questions of Werner, please? We have these chat has been activated, but I'll just see, whoops, sorry. If Werner, if you could take your slide down, that would be appreciated. And I see Councillor Clark is the first hand I saw. Sorry. Councillor Clark, sir.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm looking at the 10-year forecast, which is page 23 or 24 of the PowerPoint presentation. I'm trying to understand exactly what this graph is showing. It shows revenue, it shows expenses, then it shows income. And it has in brackets a loss. Can someone interpret this graph for me?
Through Madam Chairman, for the councillors, the loss indicates some losses in 2017, 18, 19, and 20. And from then on, are positive numbers. And again, we've had some challenging times over the last year with 2 years. So in 2020 and 2021, we've had the challenges with COVID. Various facilities were closed due to the restrictions by the various levels of government. But we hope we've seen the end of that, and we have a positive summer. So far in the last few weeks, we've noticed whenever there is good weather out that we have a lot more people visiting the sites, and we're getting hopefully close to the levels we saw in pre-COVID 2018, 2019. But the forecast in the chart is positive numbers for the next 10 years.
Councillor?
But how are you defining income?
From our various business units, through you, Madam Chairman, we have the various business units that we have listed previously, the Williams Cafe.
This chart shows revenue and expenses. Is an income part of your revenue? How are you breaking it out? I'm trying to understand the chart. Seriously.
Sorry, the income is the revenue minus expenses.
So you're taking your revenue, you're subtracting out your expenses, and that's what you're declaring as income.
Correct.
Thank you. And can I understand on what basis then are you projecting the next 10 years out? It seems like a pretty flat income line.
That's correct. Through you, Madam Chairman, that's correct. Our projections based on, in case of the Hamiltonian, we've operated for 18 years. In terms of Williams, we've operated 14 years. So we've made some projections. Hopefully our projections are low. We're estimating 3 to 4% increase in revenues, but we're hoping, I'm thinking that that is a conservative estimate because with the new opening of the trails and the waterfront, I think the visitations to the waterfront could double and our revenues could go much higher. But we're trying to follow what we've estimated or undertaken in the last 15 years. And we were kind of breaking the mold down here. There was no destination to start with. We've provided with the city's assistance of the opening of portions of Pier 8 and the various other piers, it became a destination. You had to drive to the north end to get here. And I think we've been relatively successful in attracting people. In 2019, we had estimated we had over 500,000 people visiting the waterfront. I think with the new work here, that could easily go up to $1 million. That does not even include when the 1,800 new units will be built on Pier 8. There could be a lot more traffic here.
Thank you. We've heard from Councillor Farr that you're in the process of developing a strategic plan with action plans. Do you know the timing on that?
I'm sorry, Councillor Farr, did you wish to speak to that question?
The member asked Werner, but I just wanted to make sure I was clear in past comments this last couple of weeks. So I think today's closed session letter may answer that question a little bit better. But yeah, no, I don't recall Councillor Clark saying that we were in the process of a strategic plan that features action plans. I had what I had tried to convey at council and a previous meeting, and I can't remember which, was that the questions that you may have with respect to the strategic plan, which is one element of a 5-element presentation annually that is expected of us here at AFNA from Werner and gang, that should be sufficiently answered on the day of the presentation. So I probably wasn't clear because I referenced the presentation, but that letter should be able to, once we're able to look at it and close, because we need to, and then publicly, maybe you want to ask that question afterwards, after that. That would explain the absence of a strategic plan versus any action. Maybe I sounded like I said action versus absence, Councillor, but I apologize if I wasn't clear in previous meetings.
So there is no strategic planning process underway?
I think that letter, when we discuss it in
I'm not speaking to the letter, I'm speaking to what I heard at the last meeting. There is no strategic plan underway.
Yeah, I did not say that there was a strategic plan underway. I can assure you that at the last meeting, I probably wasn't clear in addressing the issue of the strategic plan.
Okay, I'll drop that, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have to leave now for the Niagara Escarpment Commission meeting, and I'll do my best to get back in time. Can we make sure that the item in 14.2 is also referred to council so that we have it before us at council, please?
That, Councillor, just a second, that's the confidential item?
Correct.
Yes,
So
okay.
I'd like that document referred to council. We're a small committee here, whereas the rest of council may have issues or concerns with regards to the document and have questions.
Okay, can I just ask Madam Clerk, at the appropriate time, it isn't in camera, so we can deal with that? But will it not be on the minutes of the agenda for audit and finance that goes to
So-
council?
Through to the chair. Depending on the decisions that committee makes, those decisions might be open session decisions. So if you're receiving it and referring it to council, that would be an open session approval, but that would be once we come out of closed session.
Okay, thank you.
So all I'm asking is that the document does get to council so that we can have it in our hands when we're having our discussion there.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
Thank you for the time today, Chair.
No, safe travel to your next meeting. Councillor, I have a speakers list. Councillor Johnson, I saw your hand up, but I have a speakers list. Councillor Wilson next, then Councillor Ferguson, then I'll add Councillor Johnson if that's okay.
Oh, please take me off. That was for something else. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. I have, right now anyway, 3 questions, and I'll look to you because I think 2 of them may be within the capacity of staff to answer as opposed to our guest. My first question is trying to understand, just jumping off from Councillor Clark's question and income and revenues. Relatively or very new to this file. So my understanding is the West Harbor Subcommittee, when it was looking at the present status of the Discovery Center and its immediate use, and then the committee agreed to a public visioning session for its future use. The committee also recommended that that visioning session extend itself to the lands, which would include the Rink and the coffee shop, I believe. So, to our guest chair, if there is a change in that use, what would, for example, what would that mean for the operational capacity of the Waterfront Trust? Through the chair.
Thank you. Werner, did you wish to answer that?
I will try. Right now, we operate 6 or 7 small business units down here. So depending what the plan is for Pier 8, the long-term plan in the exercise you spoke of, it'll determine what will happen here. My estimate, and visiting a lot of waterfronts, is that waterfronts become attractive and usable if there's animation on the waterfront. So I would call the tour boat and the trolley animation. So I see the potential in this exercise that there will be a lot more animation coming about, particularly since there is new development in terms of residential, commercial. There's over a kilometer of new shoreline. So I see more people coming down here and then more demand for animation. What form that will take will have to be determined in the future. But I see the activities that the trust is currently doing being a large part of that. The other main significant component on Pier 8 is the ice rink, which again, initially it was going to be an ice rink, and it's served well as an ice rink. It's probably one of the best public outdoor ice rinks in Ontario. And we've been able to use it in the summer for roller skating. Mm-hmm. We have people coming from all over Ontario and in the States to use this facility because they think it is that good. And we've also done a few things like music on the waterfront. We have salsa dancing. So I see it changing over time, how that will happen, but I just think it's going to be better for citizens of Hamilton. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor?
Thank you. So it's been a while since I was down skating with my children, but that animation, is it, do you have to pay to use the ice rink?
To Madam Chairman, the ice rink is free. The paying part of it is if people do not have ice skates or roller skates.
Right. Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Sorry, also add that that's paid for, the operation of the ice rink is paid for by the city of Hamilton.
Right. Thank you so much. I have a question with respect to our guest, and I forgive me because there's no number on the slide, but it's that part of your presentation that speaks to future capital works, February 2022. If I could just understand it a little better, for example, you reference future waterfront activity on Pier 6, and that you cite as a potential funding source the Trillium Foundation. I'm understanding this correctly to conclude that that funding ask has not been made, nor has it been received, right? These are just strategic thoughts, or are they directions that have been provided to you from the board through the chair?
Madam Chairman, to the councillor, in the past, the city of Hamilton, or the Waterfront Trust, we applied for funding for a number of the activities we currently do, one being the ice skates and the roller skates and the bicycles, the chaussees, etc. They were funded through a grant from the Trillium Foundation. So I see the same mechanism possible for funding source for additional amenities or activities on Piers 6 and 7 when they become open. They're presently not open, maybe even on Pier 8. And the ones that come to mind for me would be kayak, boat rentals, some kind of standing board rentals, etc. So that's just a vision, and I see those activities, and particularly in Vancouver Harbor, you see them all the time, and it's a more active waterfront, which I see Hamilton becoming in the future.
Thank you. One last question, if I could, Chair Pearson. So just to understand the question, Councillor Clark was asking a question about a strategic plan. So these future capital works, are they the thoughts of the board or the vision of the board, or are they that of the management of the trust? I'm just trying to get clarity on the formality or the formal nature, if you will, of these future capital works. Thank you. And I think my other questions are better posed to staff, Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman, to you, that was the list that you see there is the list that I prepared for discussions for the board. So they have been received by the board 4 or 5 months ago, I think.
But so just clarification on that through the chair. It was prepared for the board, but there's no strategic plan and there's been no direction offered on that. Just seeking clarity. Thank you. Is that what?
Thank you, Warner. Clarification?
Well, through you, Madam Chair, those items, some of them cannot take place right now because the land area or where they would take place cannot be, isn't available now. The replacement of the trolley, it's nearing the end of its lifetime, and we would provide a recommendation when the time is near that we have to replace it, because that process could take about a half a year. So that would come up in the annual budget that we would actually recommend. This is the year we should put in the funds or apply for grants to assist us in replacing the trolley.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone. And I now have Councillor Ferguson, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman, and welcome, Werner. It's a pleasure to see you again. I've known you from about 30 years ago, and so you've had a long and distinguished career. I've taken a look at your financial statements, and the fact that you didn't come out when invited for a number of times, and I'll come back to that question in a minute. Your statements aren't all that bad. I was a little nervous to open them up, but when you see that the bottom line is
a loss of $34,000 after we've gone through the turmoil with COVID that we have. It's a lot better than I quite frankly expected. You do provide a valuable service to the community. I use the Waterfront Trail all the time. I love to go to Williams, either by land or by water. And so it's a popular place. So my first question to you, Werner, is why did you not, I know you were sick once, but why did you not come out when earlier invited? Because it allows suspicion to magnify. Why aren't they coming out? And particularly, if you take a look at last year where you lost $791,000. Now, a lot of that, most of it was attributed to settlement with the tenant, with Sarcoa. But can you get, and quite frankly, I recognize that with all my questions I'm going to ask, that the elephant is in the room. The elephant in the room is in the in-camera part. And we'll come to that. I wish I could talk about it now because I have a lot of questions about it, because I think it would answer the questions around strategic plans and other things. And but we'll come back. But why did you stay away for a number of months and not just to clear the air, accept our invitation and come in and do the great presentation that you did today?
Madam Chairman, both times I was asked to be at the committee, I had medical reasons that I could not appear.
Okay. And you didn't offer up any revised dates? We had to keep coming back to you to get you to come in. How can I put this? It just drew suspicion to you. And then when I open up the financial statements and see that your loss for the year was $30,000. Now, your EBITDA was a loss of $340,000, but quite frankly, a number of departments in the city on the EBITDA line lost money in the last 2 years because of COVID. But when you add in the restart grant that you got from the senior levels of government, and of course the city of Hamilton enjoyed $100 million of that, you got $340,000 plus you reverse the amortization, which is required to get a true picture. You're actually at a loss of $30,657, with the prior year being $981,000, recognizing that $750,000 were the expenses related to settling with the lawsuit with Sarcoa. But if you take that out, that one-time event, you're still in better shape than the prior year. So it's too bad you couldn't offer to avoid all these storm clouds over top, the opportunity to come in sooner and just talk to us. But the assets you've put in place, I know my grandchildren love to go down to take the shuttle around the harbor. You've drawn a lot of people to the waterfront with your efforts over the years. And I think you've been exposed to a lot of unnecessary criticism. But I think there's something bigger happening. And Madam Chairman, I look forward to discussing that in far more detail when we in camera. And hopefully we can come out publicly after that with something that would make sense to some of our critics on the Waterfront Trust, because it's an interesting letter from Ross and McBride. So thank you for your time, Werner. Thanks for your presentation again. And thanks for the great work you've done. That's all I got, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. Appreciate those comments as well. Councillor Johnson, we have you on. Did you just speak on this item? No, thank you. We'll remove you. Thank you for that. So with that, committee members, we have a mover and a second to receive the presentation. Moved by Councillor Johnson, second by Councillor Ferguson, and recorded vote, please. Okay. And okay. Madam Clerk, I see that.
Sorry, my apologies. I thought my microphone was on. That carries 6-0. My apologies.
That's not a problem. Again, Werner, I'm not sure if you're still listening, but I want to thank you so much for attending today, and Councillor Farr certainly for assisting, and Mr. Mueller, who I believe is also still present. Thank you, everyone. We're going to move on.
Madam Chairman.
Yeah, thank you. We're going to move on to item 8.2, which is the tax and rate operating budget variance report as of December 31, 2021. Budget Control Policy Transfers, FCS 21070, B as in Bob, citywide. Mike Zagira, good morning, sir. Our General Manager of Finance and Corporate Services is here to provide the committee with the overview presentation. And you're on, Mike. Thank you.
Great. Good morning through you, Madam Chair. And I'll just check with Angela just to make certain that you can hear me clearly.
Looks
Can hear you
perfect.
fine. Thank you.
Okay. Great. Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, it's my privilege to present our summary of the 2021 tax and rate operating budget variances. Important to note that these are still unaudited, and our audited statements, I would hope, will be before committee and council late spring, early summer of this year. The presentation this morning will highlight not only our financial performance, but the continued support we received from senior levels of government and the critical nature of that support as it relates to these financial today's financial reporting. As well, there are a series of recommendations in the staff reports before committee for your consideration as it relates to the disposition of the stated surplus, as well as our complement and control policy, alignment to complement and control policy, and some recommendations that are tied to those policies. As it relates to 2021 year-end variance, you'll see that staff are reporting a year-end variance, a favorable variance of approximately $33.8 million. This is a strong year-end financial outcome performance. And again, it is tied to COVID funding and support from senior levels of government. I'll touch upon a number of the items that are on the slide, and then through subsequent slides, I'll get into a little further detail as it relates to our 2021 year-end position. Again, you'll see that our year-end position, we're reporting a surplus or a favorable variance, approximately $33.8 million. In our rate supported program, you'll see that staff are reporting a deficit or unfavorable variance of just short of $500,000. On our tax supported position, you'll see a breakdown of approximately $34.3 million in favorable position as it relates to our tax supported programs, our capital financing, the library, and police services. As it relates to police services, important to note that the Police Services Board have received the 2021 year-end variance report from staff, and they have approved and transferred over approximately $2 million in funding from Hamilton Police Services reserves in order to satisfy their requirement as it relates to the funding of the deficit of approximately $2 million in 2021. This slide, I appreciate it is a busy slide, and I won't speak to it in detail as I will be speaking to a number of the categories as relates to city programs, departments, non-program financials, and boards and agencies through subsequent slides. But I will draw your attention again to the relatively strong year-end position of approximately $33.8 million. You may recall that while this is a strong year-end position, is last year we had a slightly stronger year-end position of approximately 6% favorable variance, or approximately $55 million on the tax-supported program side, and a unfavorable variance or a deficit on the rate-supported program side of approximately 2%, or $4.6 million. So again, I would describe this as relatively strong for 2021 in that comparing it to pre-COVID 2019, our tax supported program had a surplus of approximately $14.7 million, and our rate supported programs had a surplus of approximately $10 million. So again, given the uncertainty and the impacts that relate to the pandemic, happy to present a favorable year-end position for 2021. I'll take a few moments to get into some of the details as it relates to our year-end surplus position. You'll see as it relates to December 31st, relative to what we presented in August, slight improvement as it relates to our year-end position. In August, we are projecting a year-end surplus of approximately $28.6 million relative to the relative to today's reporting of $34.3 million. A few of the drivers as it relates to library reporting a more favorable year-end surplus of approximately $1.7 million. And this relates to the public health requirements surrounding the pandemic and the impact as it relates to the pandemic on library facilities, as well as the redeployment of library staff in support of the city's response to the pandemic. And as a result, there were some gapping savings as it relates to library services and some avoided costs or savings as it relates to library facilities. So again, library, while they're projecting a surplus in August, their projections improved by approximately $1.7 million. Environmental services are reporting a more favorable savings or increase in savings. And this is as it relates to some of the supply chain challenges that the City of Hamilton and other organizations are experiencing, in part as it relates to the pandemic, as well as in part as it relates to other geopolitical factors. And the supply chain challenges have resulted in some expenses as it relates to supplies and materials that were not available to the city in 2021. Consequently, those activities were not we were not able to deliver on those activities in 2021. They've been deferred to 2022, and consequently, there are some additional savings that staff are reporting as it relates to the supply chain challenges, and that amounts to approximately $1.8 million. Tourism and culture, similar to the library, because of the public health guidelines surrounding the pandemic, is a number of the facilities were not available to the public, and consequently, the city realized some savings as it relates to the staffing of those facilities as well. Some of those staff would have been redeployed as part of the broader city response, and as it relates to tourism and culture, the surplus position for 2021 improved by approximately $1.6 million relative to August of this year. You'll see that through the report and through this presentation that our gapping savings and gapping relates to employee-related cost savings is substantial in 2021, approximately $15 million in gapping savings in 2021 relative to the budgeted target of $4.9 million. Just as a reminder, we were projecting gapping savings in excess of the budget, in part because of direction from council and the execution by senior leadership team as it relates to the suspension of some of the scheduling for part-time and casual staff as it relates to program areas that would have been impacted by the pandemic, as well as the delay in the hiring of full complement of students, as well as seasonal positions. And finally, some restrictions on the hiring of non-essential positions in an effort to try to offset some of the COVID-related pressures and costs we were experiencing. So as a result of all of those measures, we're projecting a favorable variance as it relates to employee-related costs of approximately $10 million relative to budget. What we're seeing in 2022 is with the reintroduction of some of the programs and services as we transition to the current stage of the pandemic, we're seeing the return of some of those services and some of the associated resources, including staffing resources, in an effort to support those services. So what we're seeing is a return to some of the more traditional gapping targets that we would have expected pre-COVID. With respect to planning economic development, and these figures are inclusive of federal and provincial funding, we're reporting a surplus of approximately $4.5 million. This is driven by, again, gapping surpluses of approximately $2.2 million, some additional revenues as it relates to planning activities of approximately $1.8 million, transportation planning and parking, including some additional revenues in those program areas, are reporting a surplus of approximately $400,000. License and bylaw, a surplus of approximately $400,000. Again, tourism, a savings of approximately $1.8 million. And again, the COVID-related pressures of approximately $4.2 million that are tied to planning and economic development services have been largely offset through provincial and federal COVID funding. Moving on to healthy and safe communities, again, inclusive of federal and provincial COVID-related funding, we're reporting a surplus of approximately $7 million. What is driving the surplus is gapping savings, approximately $1.9 million. Housing Services is reporting favorable rent supplements and housing stability benefits as savings of $1.4 million. And again, this is principally attributed to the recipients or the clients of Housing Services who were eligible to receive federal and provincial subsidy, COVID subsidy, and consequently drawing less on municipal subsidies. Ministry of Health, long-term care subsidies of approximately $1.8 million, favorable relative to budget. Children's Services and Neighborhood Development, a surplus of approximately $1.2 million as a result of lower caseload for fee subsidy requirements. Recreational savings due to closures of approximately $900,000. Ontario Works is reporting a savings due to additional subsidy of approximately $600,000. A deficit in Hamilton Fire Services that are tied to materials and supplies and increased costs, again, as it relates to some supply chain challenges of approximately $500,000. And important to note, the COVID pressures that staff have identified for 2021 as it relates to healthy and safe communities represents approximately $70 million, and that has been principally offset through funding from federal and provincial governments. Also important to note that while we're forecasting a surplus in healthy and safe communities of approximately $7 million, this $7 million is net of an additional $3.2 million in 2021 surplus that City Council has already approved be reinvested in housing initiatives. So again, over and above the $7 million, Council has already approved $3.1 million of 2021 surplus towards housing initiatives. And this includes $1 million for transitional housing for the shelter for women as it relates to the former Cathedral Boys School, additional $350,000 for temporary emergency shelter beds for men as it relates to the overflow system, a additional $500,000 in funding for community collaboratives, churches, social clubs who may be interested in supporting vulnerable residents through the winter months, as well as $500,000 for the Emergency Needs Fund, and that is to prevent and address homelessness experienced by Indigenous community members. An additional $500,000 in funding for the YWCA Carol Ann's placement, an additional $150,000 to the Good Shepherd Center, Hamilton, for capital renovations required to operate the former cathedral site. So again, important to note that approximately $3.1 million in 2021 year-end surplus has already been approved and actioned as it relates to housing initiatives. Public Works, we are reporting a surplus of approximately $12.5 million. And this is tied to gapping surpluses of approximately $3.9 million. Winter and summer season road maintenance programs, savings approximately $2.7 million. Some increased recycling commodity revenues that are contributing to a favorable variance of approximately $2.5 million. an increase in our transfer station and community recycling center revenues due to increased visits and increased tonnage, and that represents additional $1.5 million. We're reporting favorable fuel savings as relates to transit services of approximately $500,000. And again, as with the other program areas, we're reporting $8.4 million of COVID-related pressures, including transit-related pressures that have been offset through COVID funding from the federal provincial governments. Corporate services, we're reporting a surplus of approximately $4.1 million attributed to gapping savings, approximately $2.1 million, as well as savings in computer hardware and software costs of approximately $1.2 million, and COVID-related pressures approximately $700,000 being offset through senior levels of government. City Manager's Office, we're reporting a surplus of $1.1 million, driven by gapping savings, as well as some training, legal, and contractual expenditure savings of approximately $900,000 and approximately $200,000 in COVID funding offset from senior levels of government. Corporate financials and non-program revenues, just as a reminder to committee members and the public, these are either revenues or expenditures that are not tied directly to a program area or department and are reported as corporate financials or non-program revenues. We see a deficit, overall deficit, approximately $6.5 million after applying federal provincial funding. We see a decrease, approximately $5.2 million, or an unfavorable variance as it relates to tax remissions and write-offs, and committee would have received a report some weeks ago as it relates to our write-offs, our tax write-offs, and this is principally driven by the commercial sector and large box retail sector, as well as some other non-residential properties. Insurance premiums, again, this has come before committee and council in the past, and we had a unfavorable variance, approximately $1.9 million that council had previously approved being funded from the year-end position. Some additional WSIB pressures of approximately $2.5 million. Higher revenues offsetting these pressures, and the higher revenues are tied to penalties and interest, payment in lieu of taxes, and supplementary taxes. And those favorable revenues represent a offsetting $2.8 million in funding. The pandemic as well has had impacts as it relates to our corporate financials non-program revenues because of the restrictions as it relates to gaming locations. The city did not realize the full revenue sharing as it relates to the Flamborough slots, and consequently, we're reporting a unrealized revenue of approximately $2.6 million. Provincial Fences Act revenues, again, because of the restrictions tied to the pandemic, a unfavorable variance of $1.4 million, as well as the dividends that we received through Electra and Hamilton Utilities Corporation, again tied to the pandemic, approximately $1.8 million in unrealized revenue, and we have applied all of these unrealized revenues against the federal provincial COVID funding, more specifically the Safe Restart funding agreement. You'll see through the staff's recommendations that staff are recommending that a portion of the surplus be applied towards our development charge liabilities, and just wanting to present to committee, and I won't be taking committee through this chart in detail, but making it available to you for your reference, is 2021 was, again, a relatively strong development period, and what we are reporting is a relatively strong development period for the residential as well as the industrial and agriculture sector. So the main drivers as it relates to DC exemptions, so again, as a reminder to committee members and for the benefit of the community, the City of Hamilton is required to provide some development charge exemptions referred to as statutory exemptions. In addition, the City of Hamilton chooses to provide some development charge exemptions in an effort to stimulate economic activity across all sectors. And again, what you'll see before you is development charge impacts or the exemption of development charges across all sectors, What we're reporting is relatively strong industrial as well as residential development in 2021. Consequently, approximately $11 million in development charge exemptions in the industrial sector. Our downtown CEPA reporting approximately $8.5 million in development charge exemptions. Our agriculture sector, approximately $5 million in development charge exemptions. And we have a series of policies referred to as transition policies where we phase in the impacts of some of the development charge changes, and that represents a pressure of approximately $3 million. So again, relatively strong activity across a number of sectors. Development charges, exemptions must be funded from existing ratepayers and taxpayers. And what staff are presenting for committee through the recommendations is the application of a portion of the 2021 surplus to offset what you'll see in this table. If I can draw your attention to near the roughly about 3/4 of the way down the 2021 column, our total exemptions for 2021 have amounted to approximately $39.4 million relative to our budget of approximately $20 million. So at the bottom, you'll see we have a deficit of approximately $19 million as it relates to development charge exemptions. And for that reason, staff are presenting a recommendation for committee and council's consideration as it relates to applying a portion of the surplus to offset this $19 million liability. Just shifting now to the rate supported program side, you'll see total expenditures on the rate supported program, unfavorable year-end variance of approximately $1 million. And with total revenues, and important to note that the total revenues is inclusive of approximately $7.3 million in federal provincial funding that we've attributed to the pandemic. So again, the pandemic's had an impact on water and wastewater revenues in that across all sectors, including our non-residential sector, some of the closures have impacted the production or delivery of services, which would have impacted their reliance on water wastewater services. And as a result, we've attributed approximately $7.3 million in federal and provincial COVID funding to offset those foregone revenues. So as a result, we're projecting a slightly improved year-end variance on revenues of approximately $500,000 or 0.2%, but important to note that is inclusive of federal and provincial COVID funding. So again, you'll see the reference to the COVID funding and the impact that the pandemic had on our industrial, commercial, institutional revenues, and how we've offset that approximately $10 million in part through the $7.3 million in federal provincial funding, a slightly higher residential demand for water that in part could be attributed to the restrictions as relates to the pandemic and individuals having to isolate at home, as well as a small surplus as it relates to our agreement with Haldeman County and the delivery of water services to Haldeman County, and a slightly unfavorable variance as it relates to permits and lease agreements of approximately $347,000. With respect to the rate expenditures, again, a unfavorable variance, approximately $1 million. Capital financing was favorable, approximately $1.5 million. Employee-related costs were unfavorable, approximately $280,000. Contractual expenditures were unfavorable, approximately $400,000. Building and grounds was unfavorable by approximately $1.4 million. And this is attributed to utility costs at the Woodward treatment plant. And finally, materials and supplies, unfavorable variance of approximately $600,000. With respect to boards and agencies, Hamilton Police Services board have received their year-end 2021 year-end report from city staff and have approved a $2 million transfer to the city from Hamilton Police Services reserves to offset their year-end deficit. What you'll see is with respect to library, staff are recommending a transfer to the library reserve of approximately $4.7 million. And this is somewhat similar to our practice in 2020. as it relates to the surplus Hamilton Library had. Again, principally tied to the pandemic and some of the restrictions surrounding the pandemic. And with respect to Farmers Market is a transfer from Hamilton Farmers Market Reserve of approximately $16,800 as it relates to their year-end deficit. With respect to the recommendations that are before committee and the staff report, staff are recommending with respect to the balance of the corporate surplus, balance net of the boards and agency transfers that I've just spoken to, is that leaves a balance approximately $31.6 million. Staff are recommending a transfer of approximately $800,000 to our tax stabilization reserve. I do want to point out, I recognize that the tax stabilization reserve is not at the balance set by council. It is far short of the balance set by council, which is 5% of the previous year's net levy, or approximately $36 million. We're about $16 million short of that target balance. But I do recognize the impacts that COVID is going to have on the municipality in 2022 and 2023. Consequently, you'll see at the bottom of this slide and through the report, staff are recommending a further transfer of funds to our COVID-19 emergency reserve. Council had previously approved a pilot project for Hamilton's energy retrofit opportunity, or HERO program, and that represents $40,000. As well, staff are recommending a transfer of approximately $405,000 as it relates to police services, enforcement of recreational cannabis, and again, for the benefit of committee and the public, is while recreational cannabis was legalized by senior levels of government in 2018, there was a time-limited commitment from the provincial government to offset the associated costs for municipalities. There was approximately $44 million that was committed from the provincial government to Ontario municipalities. And again, that was time-limited for a 2-year program. We are coming to the period where we are expecting to exhaust that funding. That funding has been applied towards bylaw enforcement in the Hamilton Police Services related activity related to recreational cannabis. A report was presented to council in December of 2021 from Director Sorello, who identified that bylaw enforcement would be exhausting the related funding from the provincial government by April of 2022. And again, the intent of the funding from the provincial government, City of Hamilton's commitment was $1.7 million. The intent was to apply that funding towards bylaw enforcement and Hamilton Police Services. We've done that in the past. We are short approximately $400,000 as it relates to Hamilton Police Services activity tied to cannabis enforcement, and staff are recommending that $400,000 of the surplus be applied to offset those costs, similar to our practice as it relates to bylaw enforcement. Staff are recommending a $2 million transfer to our unallocated capital levy reserve. This is principally tied to our capital financing savings that we would have realized in 2021 because of either favorable borrowing costs or some delays relative to our financing assumptions as it relates to substantial completion of projects. I spoke earlier to a development charge exemption liability, approximately $19 million for 2021. Staff are recommending approximately $13 million of the surplus be applied to that $19 million liability. The $13 million is principally tied to the discretionary development charge exemptions that City has adopted. And again, while I recognize it leaves a shortfall of approximately $6 million tied to 2021, is given our competing demands as it relates to the surplus, staff feel that it's prudent to address in part the $19 million liability, and we have presented to Council a multi-year strategy on how to address the balance of the development charge exemption liabilities. In addition, Council had approved approximately $350,000 as it relates to activities surrounding the 2022 election. The $350,000 was a requirement to shore up the election reserve, which is drawn upon to support the municipal election. In addition to the $350,000 requirement to shore up the municipal election reserve, as well, staff have presented the need for additional $150,000 to support online voting activities and initiatives for 2022. So in combination, $500,000 that staff are recommending be applied to the election reserve in order to support the fall municipal election. And finally, with respect to our COVID forecast for 2022 future years, just as a reminder, as relates to our 2020 year-end position, staff recommended a transfer of approximately $20 million of the $55 million 2020 year-end surplus to a municipal COVID-19 emergency reserve. We haven't been required to draw on that $20 million reserve. Notwithstanding the fact that we haven't drawn on it, staff are recommending an additional $15 million be set aside from the surplus and transferred to that reserve to address some forecasted pressures in 2022 and beyond 2022. And I'll speak to those shortly. With respect to the rate-supported program, staff are recommending a transfer from our rate-supported water reserve of approximately a transfer from the rate-supported water reserve, approximately $1.15 million, and a transfer to the rate-supported wastewater reserve. So a transfer from of approximately $650,000 net is to address the shortfall, the deficit of approximately $490,000. With respect to the COVID-19 pressures, and again, staff are recommending through the disposition of surplus that $50 million be set aside for COVID-related pressures over and above the $20 million already set aside, so leaving a balance of approximately $35 million. And I just want to cover off, firstly, 2021. You'll see that the City of Hamilton experienced approximately just short of $100 million in COVID-related pressures. That was principally offset by a series of federal and provincial funding programs, and you'll see those represented in the slide before you, both for the tax-supported and the rate-supported programs. So again, I just want to take the opportunity to acknowledge senior levels of government and acknowledge their financial support to municipalities, including the City of Hamilton, as it relates to offsetting the COVID pressures that we've experienced. So approximately $100 million in pressures that have been principally funded from senior levels of government. What we're projecting for 2022 is a slightly different situation as it relates to that level of commitment that we benefited and experienced through 2020 and 2021. And you'll see that staff are projecting for 2022 similar overall financial impacts as it relates to pandemic, approximately $101 million. You can see that the level of commitment from senior levels of government is changing in 2022, as well as beyond 2022. So as it relates to transit, is what we are projecting is approximately $10 million in funding remaining at the end of 2021 that can be applied to 2022 eligible expenditures. Through the Safe Restart Agreement is in 2021, we fully utilized the $12.4 million. And with respect to the community, the CRFMP, we see eligibility of approximately $6.3 million in funding carrying over to 2022. So you'll see approximately $101 million in forecasted pressures. And you'll see at the far right side is currently we're projecting needing to draw on municipal reserves to the tune of approximately $28 million. So as a reminder, City Council, through the disposition of the 2020 surplus, you approved $20 million, or roughly $20 million in funding to that reserve. Staff are recommending additional $15 million. And net of the forecasted draw we are projecting for 2022, that would leave the COVID-19 reserve with approximately $7.4 million in available funding to offset recovery impacts in 2023 and 2024. Very important to note that funding commitments from senior levels of government seem to be drying up as it relates to 2022. I'll highlight with respect to the housing and shelter programs. While we're projecting housing services having a financial impact, COVID-related financial impact of approximately $29 million, is what we're identifying as approximately $11 million in related federal provincial funding and a shortfall of approximately $17 million. Beyond 2022, we have no commitments from senior levels of government for COVID-related funding beyond 2022, and that represents a risk to the municipality. What staff are recommending is that the $15 million would be applied towards 2022 pressures, leaving an available balance of approximately $7 million to assist us with the continued transition in 2023 and 2024. Committee have before you, through the staff report, a series of recommendations, Appendix C and D of the report, as it relates to staff complement transfers and as it relates to some temporary contract extensions, and that is before you for your consideration and approval. And through you, Madam Chair, that is the end of my presentation. Happy to stop sharing and take any questions that committee members might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Always excellent job. Very thorough and lots of good information. I have a speakers list. Councillor Ferguson, then Councillor Wilson. Councillor Ferguson, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And Mike, I got to tell you, when I opened up this report, I was holding on to my chair to see what to expect. And when I see a $33.8 million surplus, that puts a lot of problems at rest. And so I feel a lot better. And I want to thank you, your staff, and of course, all departments for the excellent management they've had of their funds over the years to end up with a $33.8 million surplus. So congratulations to all of you. I just have a couple of questions. Number one is on slide 3, you're showing that the police had a deficit of $2,015,000, which was deducted in the summation of the information on slide 3 to have a $34 million surplus on the tax-supported programs. But and I know that they have a tax stabilization reserve to cover losses that they may have in a year. And I see on slide 19, we did in fact reverse it. And so now that that's happened, is our year-end surplus not really another $2 million up or $35 million?
Mike, go ahead.
So through you, Madam Chair, we've included the $2 million transfer from the Hamilton Police Services Reserve. In fact, we've already booked it as relates to the transfer from reserve. So as it relates to, let me just turn to slide number 19 that the councillor was referring to. That $2 million transfer from reserve is already included in the number on slide number 19, as well as slide number 18. That is inclusive of the transfer from reserve. So for you, Madam Chair, if I can direct the councillor to slide number 18, that shows that transfer from Police Services Reserve of $2 million, which brings us to the $31 million, $31.6 million referenced on slide 18.
Okay, but I'm trying to connect the dots with slide 3. Slide 3 shows $34 million after with a $2 million loss. And we've been referencing the $33.8 million throughout the presentation. But if you reverse that 2 million out, does the deficit not go up by another $2,015,000? It was the
So
same. I'm trying to connect the dots between the slides.
So through you, Madam Chair, it is a surplus position of $34 million, inclusive of the $2 million transfer from Police Services Reserve and a $4 million transfer. So at $34 million prior to the transfer from Police Services and prior to the transfer to the Hamilton Public Library. So $34 million, then we transferred $2 million to the city, so that improved it to $36 million, and then we transferred $4 million to Hamilton Public Library reserves, bringing us to 31 point.
Yeah, and I saw that in your disposition slide of how you're putting, and was returning money to the library, which they saved us, and but I still can't do the math on the police side, and I certainly understand where you reverse it out later. But if for public consumption, it's $33.8 million is what we have in surplus, including the $2 million in losses shown on slide 3, and which come out later on in the presentation. So what exactly in your mind then was our total surplus before disposition? Is it 33.8?
It is, and it is. So I think what the councillor is alluding to, if we accounted for the Hamilton Police Services transfer, that would be greater by $2 million. But again, I need to account for the $4 million transfer to library as well. So again, it is the 33.8, and then the breakdown is on slide number 18 with respect to boards and agencies.
Okay, I still don't follow it. I'm sorry.
Happy to go offline and follow up.
Yeah, I think that might be appropriate, Mike, is to go offline because I don't want to bog everybody else down while I'm trying to get it clear in my head. My last one is slide 19. And this is the disposition slide. And, $15 million into the COVID reserve when you did more than that last year, and we spent virtually nothing. I think you showed later on, I didn't write that slide number down, but you've got a good chunk of money sitting in the COVID reserve. And from an expenditure perspective to the city, things are improving significantly over even 2021. Everything seems to be back to normal. City staff are back in the, you still have some expenses related to vaccinations and running the various mobile units and stationary units like the one at Lime Ridge Mall. So I'm puzzled why, let me just try to find the grand total. It's got to be in the order of $35 million outstanding for COVID. And when you go to slide 22, the print's so small I can't read it. How you're just posting out, and so I'm trying to understand why you still need another $15 million for COVID in 2022 when we spent virtually nothing in 2021. And I'd love to see more get transferred to the tax stabilization reserve because you said in your presentation we're about half of our target. And that's a fund we go to all the time for emergencies that come up. So do you really need all this money in the COVID reserve? Can we not put some of that towards tax stabilization is the bottom line question.
So through you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the question because we spent considerable time reviewing the risks that we face in 2022 and 2023. And I too would have favored being able to transfer greater funds, more funds to the tax stabilization reserve. But given the uncertainty with respect to funding from senior levels of government beyond 2022, and in fact, where some COVID-related funding will come to an end by the first quarter of 2022, we do not have the same level of financial commitment from senior levels of government as it relates to COVID pressures in 2022, and principally because of that change in terms of financial commitment from senior levels of government, recognizing we are still projecting to have approximately $100 million in COVID-related pressures, but there's some risk beyond those COVID-related pressures. You may recall, and committee members would have heard through Board of Health, is public health are putting their minds into recovery and the reintroduction of some public health programs beyond the vaccination response. And that represents a need and need of additional funding from the provincial government. And again, that represents an unknown and a risk. And again, so while we are recommending additional $15 million to the COVID-19 emergency reserve, bringing that reserve potentially to a balance of $35 million. We're also projecting to draw on that reserve, draw approximately $28 million against that reserve in 2022. Again, other risks beyond COVID is inflation. We're seeing inflation having a risk in terms of municipal services and the cost of infrastructure and the delivery of municipal services. So again, COVID continues to have an impact on the municipality in 2022. And again, I believe it's important for committee and council to understand that senior leadership team are not focused exclusively on 2022. We're putting our minds to 2023 and 2024, and we'll still be in a recovery position in 2023 without any financial commitments from senior levels of government. So it's prudent for us to set aside some funds to assist us through the recovery. The alternative would be reviewing services, service levels, and in order to try to address those risks without having to reduce service levels and creating some financial capacity to phase in any recovery impacts. Again, staff are recommending an additional $15 million to the COVID reserve. I hope I've answered the councillor's question. And again,
you have, Mike, and I fully don't expect you to change your mind. You know, yeah. Although I did hear pretty much the exact same speech last year. We don't know if they're going to get support from senior levels of government, and we got pressures coming, and you didn't spend any of it. And now we've taken it up another $15 million with the same concerns. But I appreciate your conservatism too. You always are able to get us out of jail on difficult issues because some of these conservative positions you've taken in appropriate reserve. So I don't expect to change your mind. I just wanted to say I would personally, I'd like to see that $15 million go to a tax stabilization reserve, but I expect at the end of 2020, would you say 2023, if you still got $30 million sitting there, you could take it to tax stabilization reserve at that time, because we're eventually going to get rid of COVID, and it's not like we're spending the money, we're just putting it away and can move it somewhere else in the future. And my last question is, do you have enough money reserved for the Red Hook Expressway judicial review?
So through you, Madam Chair, we have not set up an allowance over and above the $20 million that council has already approved. So council has already approved a $20 million commitment. That commitment has been funded from previous years' surpluses, as well as the tax stabilization. So we've accounted for the $20 million. Anything over and above the $20 million, we have not set up any further allowance for.
Okay. Do you still think 20 million will be okay in your professional opinion?
So through you, Madam Chair, that was information that was brought before General Issues Committee and Council again just 2 weeks ago, and that remains the current upper boundary with respect to the forecasted costs.
Okay, thanks again, Mike. $33 million is a nice little cushion to have, and it heals some wounds for us, and it gives us some extra money reserves for rainy days that could come along. So thanks for the great work that you and your team have done, and all the departments. That's all I got, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Zagarek. Just 2 quick questions, I hope. Just to help me in the understanding of the tax stabilization reserve, I think you stated in your presentation that we're below the threshold, which is defined as 5% of the previous year's net levy. Could you expand on that? And could you speak to has it been on a decreasing sort of trajectory as of late, or are we in an anomaly, or is this a pattern? Thank you.
Yep. So for you, Madam Chair, the councillors effectively answered her two questions. So the tax stabilization target, that's a council target, is 5% of the previous year's net levy, excluding police services and library. So effectively city services. That would represent about a target balance of about $36 million. Our current balance, uncommitted balance, is approximately $16.1 million. And so that represents a shortfall of about $16.7 million. And with respect to the current balance and the trend over the last number of years, it has been trending downward. It's been trending downward for a series of investments, including the Red Hill Parkway inquiry. The $20 million in part was funded through the tax stabilization reserve and some previous year surpluses. So again, we are approximately at about 50% of council's target for the tax stabilization reserve. And while it is trending down, as Councillor Ferguson alluded to, is in future years, if we are not required to draw on the COVID-19 emergency reserve, one opportunity would be is to close out that reserve in future years and transfer funds over to the tax stabilization. And the rationale would be the COVID-19 reserve is funded through year-end surpluses, and previous practice of council has been that year-end surpluses in part go to the tax stabilization reserve. So in future years, that may be an opportunity.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Zagaric. My other question was, forgive me, I don't recall which slide. I thought you referenced a 490,000 deficit in wastewater. Could you fill that blank in for me, please, so I understand that? Thank you.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, we are reporting a year-end deficit of about $491,000. And I'll just turn to, there were a series of slides with respect to the rate program slides numbers 16 and 17. So maybe I'll hit the highlights of 16 and 17. On the revenue side, we did have a shortfall prior to applying some COVID funding of approximately $7.3 million. So we had a shortfall relative to budget in the industrial, commercial, institutional sector of about $10 million. We're seeing that in across other municipalities, and in part we're attributing it to COVID and some of the restrictions that service industries and production industries had tied to COVID. Residential, we saw surplus $2.4 million. And again, we expect some of the restrictions and isolation restrictions resulted in that surplus. And then some surpluses with respect to Haldimand and the delivery of water to Haldimand County. Offsetting, again, that offsetting some of those the COVID funding and the surpluses is on the expenditure side. We had a deficit of approximately $1 million. And breaking that down a bit is capital financing. We had a surplus in rate-supported capital financing. So this is the financing strategy that council would approve for a rate program. We had a surplus about $1.5 million. In part is we were able to secure borrowing costs lower than what we were budgeting for, as well as some delays in substantial completion of projects. There was approximately $300,000 in a deficit, and as it relates to employee-related costs in our rate-supported programs. Contractual, we had a deficit of approximately $400,000. And that was largely due to increased soil testing and disposal costs as it relates to new compliance standards. And so I appreciate that theme or topic has been before committee on a number of occasions. So that was approximately $400,000. Utility costs at the wastewater treatment plant were in excess of budget by approximately $1.4 million. And then there were a number of material and supply accounts that had an unfavorable variance of $600,000. And this includes chemical costs at the wastewater treatment plant.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that detail and reviewing it again for me. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. I have Councillor Johnson, please.
Yep, thank you. Mike, I start to think that you're like the weatherman. When things are going good, you get lots of praise. When things aren't going good, you get blamed. And both of them are because of council direction. But I really do commend you and your staff. You guys do an extraordinary, wonderful job. One of the slides, and I forget which one it was, and I'm sorry, I didn't mark it down. You said that we were going to put some money towards a reserve to help out with the cannabis situation. Excuse me, but I've got somebody here who's my husband's out of the house right now, so he usually babysits them. Okay. Anyways, the cannabis situation. I heard a comment yesterday that we've had little to no enforcement because of the cannabis stores that have set up in towns that when we were all worried about that. Is there a comment why we're adding more money to the reserves because of the cannabis, if in fact we're not spending the time and the effort we thought initially?
So through you, Madam Chair, and maybe I glanced over this a little too quickly. So the staff recommendation, the 400,000 is not for reserve. These are for actual costs Hamilton Police Services incurred as it relates to the enforcement tied to recreational cannabis. So
My
just
apologies.
as a reminder, it's the $1.7 million that the provincial government committed to the city of Hamilton in 2018-19. It was a multi-year commitment. We received that $1.7 million over 4 phases. And so while there is sufficient funding from that $1.7 million to support bylaw enforcement to the end of April, we are approximately $400,000 short as it relates to Hamilton Police Services enforcement in 2021. Okay. So it's recreational cannabis. And if I can just also touch upon, and I appreciate the positive comments, and those comments do extend out to all staff. Look, there is
Absolutely.
I would have no capacity in a normal year to be as fluent and familiar with our financial performance. And especially during what we have gone through over the last 2 years as it relates to the financial tracking, reporting, to the provincial government, federal government. So as it relates to all of that effort that's supported through finance and admin staff, through our budget staff, I rely heavily on those staff, and it is because of their work that I'm able to provide the detail that I provided committee today. So again, I appreciate all of the positive comments, and clearly that is reflective of the commitment from corporate services staff, Brian McMullen and his team. And so on behalf of the team, I'll thank you for those comments.
And I'm glad you had that opportunity through you, Chair Mike, to express that, because I think we all want to say that. You just said it a little bit better than the rest of us could. Mm-hmm. So just one last comment, if I may, Madam Chair. I appreciate the fact that the staff are trying to be very cautious when it comes to the COVID money, because as you said, you just don't know when the other shoe is going to fall. We've gone through now, I think we're on our 6th wave, and who knows what's coming around the corner. So I really appreciate the cautiousness in which you're using this, and we're not spending it like drunk sailors, like I've heard so many times in the past 12 years. So thank you very much, Mike, for you and the team that you just so recognized wisely. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And with that, that's the last. I too want to commend Mike and his team for always thorough reports and very clear and concise that make it much easier for us to flow through and follow. So thank you for that, Mike. With that, now may I please have a move and a second to receive the staff presentation. Moved by Councillor Ferguson, second by Councillor Johnson. Recorded vote, please.
Just waiting on Councillor Vanderbeek. And that vote carries 6-0.
Thank you. We're going to move on now to item 8.3 is the JL Greatmeyer.
Sorry, just to the chair, just if we can approve the recommendations in the report.
My apologies. Actually, that's why that's there. Thank you. It's there. You did it, Angela. My mistake. Thank you.
Sorry.
Move that we have an approval of the recommendations in the room report, moved by Councillor Ferguson, second by Councillor Wilson. A recorded vote, please. I was just too anxious to turn the page.
And that vote carries 6-0.
Thank you, everyone. Now we're on to item 8.3 is the JL Greatmeyer Arena Lessons Learned Audit Report, Recommendations and Management Response. Charles Brown, our City Auditor, is here to provide committee with the presentation. Good morning, Charles. We're still morning. Welcome, and please proceed with your presentation, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Charles Brown, City Auditor. I'll just get the presentation on screen. Thank you. So through you, Madam Chair, we're here for the Greitmeyer Arena Project Lessons Learned Audit. This was an item that was on our work plan, audit work plan. It was requested by councillors as well as by at the time, General Manager of Public Works. The purpose of the audit was to analyze and understand why and how the Greitmeyer Arena addition and renovation project experienced significant issues and did not achieve some of its outcomes. In other words, what lessons could be learned for future capital projects from the management of this project. Some basic information about the project. It had an initial budget of $7 million. That was increased by nearly $1.7 million in additional funding that was provided to finish the project later. When the bids came in for this project, the lowest bid, which was accepted, was $5.668 million, and that was submitted by CGI, the contractor, in August 2017, after having been tendered during the summer. Substantial performance was expected to be achieved by September the 7th, 2018. However, CGI failed to achieve timely completion on the project. Ultimately, the city negotiated a settlement with CGI and completed the unfinished work using its own contractors. The project was certified substantially complete on June 13th, 2019, which was approximately 9 months late. And the total cost of the project was $8.4 million, which was about 20% over the original budget, or alternatively 22% over the detailed cost estimate. Very early on in the Greitmeyer project, there were signs of it being a very risky project. For example, the winning bid was significantly lower than the next highest bid, $822,000 lower, which is about 14.5% lower. And it was significantly lower than the budget, about $1.33 million lower, or 23.5%, as well as the detailed cost estimate was lower than that as well. Another factor was risk factor was the contractor, after being awarded the contract for being the lowest bid, they claimed to have erred in their bid price by not including $425,708 in costs for provisional items. The original timeline for the project called for construction start in April of 2017. However, there was a delay in tendering that lost 4 to 5 months, and this is during April, that period of April to August, which is prime construction season. And there was a resulting squeeze into having to do this project within 12 months, which made for a very, very ambitious timeline, which was described to us as possible if all aspects of the project worked out perfectly. Another factor, the contractor had a poor evaluation of its performance on a previous project delivered to the city. Here you have a comment made from the evaluation form of that contractor, which says, I wouldn't recommend this contractor to complete a large-scale project. The contractor also failed to deliver the required project schedule upon first payment, which was towards the end of September, that first month of the project. And that was a requirement under the contract. So this shows a timetable. It's just for comparison, the actual schedule to what was planned. And as you can see, it got started almost 5 months late and was delivered 9 months late. This shows the various players involved in the project. You have the city as owner, led by a project management team and manager. You have the owner's consultant, namely Envisage Consultants, who were, in this case, they were both the designer of the project as well as the contract administrator that oversaw the work of the contractor. You also, of course, had CGI, the general prime contractor, as well, along with some of the subcontractors that did various parts of the project. So moving on to what we found in the lessons learned audit, I'll just make some general observations and conclusions. These are contained in our executive summary. The project we found the project was not managed strictly in accordance with contract terms and conditions. Namely, available remedies were not used or perhaps delayed in use over the duration of the project. A strong vendor performance process is lacking, especially with respect to projects in difficulty, and we make some recommendations, you'll see, with respect to these special circumstances where we have challenges early on with projects. We feel that the project would have benefited from more timely communication to council of the risks and challenges, the aforementioned risks, for example, using a rigorous risk framework methodology with formal mitigation options. And finally, our team concluded that the level of oversight and the timeliness of actions for this project, they were not commensurate with the riskiness of the project. And some of the root causes we think contributed to some of the problems with Meyer. Prominent on our list, resources that were spread over multiple projects. Staff did advise us that at times, a project manager can have perhaps 15 projects on the go. In this particular case, we did obtain information specifically about Meyer, recognizing, of course, that resources do fluctuate over time. But we did obtain information that at least at one point in time, their project manager in this case had 12 projects with an average value of about 4.1 million. Also, a causal and contributing factor was the lack of a risk management framework, a methodology. It's not part of the city's project methodology. We feel that there should be formal methodology and risk management that is used certainly on sophisticated projects. There were weak processes for managing poorly performing contractors, including fulsome use of legal remedies. In particular, we note and make recommendation on having a standard set of procedures to use with poorly performing contracts, or what we term projects in difficulty. We noted a shortfall of skills in contract management and the need for greater clarity in how the roles and responsibilities for this project and other sophisticated projects should be deployed and coordinated. So you'll see in the report we broke down the lessons learned into 5 major themes: managing capital projects with a risk management strategy and tactful, forthright communication. Secondly, managing project requirements in accordance with the terms, strictly in accordance with the terms and conditions of the contract. We looked at vendor management and procurement policies, the level of legal support, and having that level that would yield optimal decision making. And we looked at making more effective deployment and oversight, having more effective deployment and oversight of external consultants. So the first, turning to our detailed findings, the first theme, managing risk and communication, we found that city capital project, the actual process, they need to have a systematic approach for identifying risks and developing risk management strategies. As I mentioned previously, there was a major risk right at the outset of this project. The city lost 4 to 5 months because of the delay in getting the tender out, and this squeezed the construction period considerably, including the loss of the summer season, which made it doable if things went perfectly. We don't think the very high risks were raised with council early enough, and a formal risk assessment approach prior to project launch could have helped, and in future would facilitate timely and upfront communication, and certainly the development of mitigation strategies that would help coordinate and implement stronger oversight and contract compliance right from the outset. Our findings with respect to project and contract management, the contract management aspect of managing the project was found to be weak. Processes in the contract were not followed, and rights and remedies were either not exercised or delayed. Now, we refer to contract management as that specialty function that's devoted to managing the contract details, that ensures that the processes laid out in the contract are adhered to rigorously, and implementing all of that in strict accordance with the legal framework, and that they are documented as well. That's what we're talking about when we're talking about contract management. We concluded that the city didn't use available remedies to address deficiencies. For example, you'll see in the report, deducting the value of unfinished work, which we could have done, applying liquidated damages. The city took no action on the contractor's failure to provide a project schedule with its first application for payment. So the city actually didn't get a schedule until April 30th, 2018, so some 8 months late. So that obviously makes it difficult to oversee a contractor when you don't even have the project schedule at hand. There was no evidence of recovery plans for milestones that actually had fallen behind early on in the project. And we didn't insist as a city on the contractor following formal notices of delay as they should have been doing. And finally, the city didn't take prompt and appropriate action to declare the project in default, which it could have done on September the 8th, 2018, when it clearly was, and nor did it exercise rights to liquidated damages. There was a performance bond that was part of the contract. However, there are key processes that impact the viability of calling on that bond. And it speaks again to the issue of proper and rigorous contract management that is necessary to being able to call on a performance bond effectively and successfully. For example, we found no evidence that the contractor filed formal extension requests for delays or that the city demanded that process be adhered to. As I said, the project was technically in default when substantial performance was not met in September 2018, but we took no action until I think some 3 months later. And at that point, we sought an assessment from the contract administrator for default. Ultimately, we concluded that weak contract management and the failure to follow and demand adherence to formal contract processes made it unlikely that the surety would step in on any claim for the performance bond. As far as project documentation, another area that we were looking into in our audit, as well as communication. In this project, we found there were many instances where important documentation was lacking. In fact, we were provided with very little that would demonstrate the expected level of oversight. And we noted it was there was not a rigorous process in place to identify and track deficiencies, at least contemporaneously. We concluded that the city failed to sufficiently document project milestones, important events, and conditions in evidence of various things like project status, risks, deficiencies, required remediations, et cetera, And our office believes that this did weaken the city's position during its dispute and negotiation with the contractor. We also looked into the use of liquidated and the application of liquidated damages. The contract expressly states that if the date of substantial performance is missed, liquidated damages are payable at $1,000 a day. As I said before, the city took no action with respect to liquidated damages until the actual negotiation to terminate at the end of towards the end of the contract. Our office wanted to understand and assure ourselves, though, as to the sufficiency, first of all, of liquidated damages. Not only why weren't they applied, but are they sufficient? And looked into it, and our research showed that there was really no apparent basis for this amount, at least one that's evidenced by analysis. So thinking along the lines that, project costs were approximately $22,500 a day if you divide it up. $1,000 a day did not appear to sufficiently compensate the city for the damages of missed schedule. And certainly, we believe would not incent the contractor to adhere to the schedule. Having said that, though, we have to be careful because it's our understanding that technically liquidated damages are not to be construed as penalties. They are meant to compensate the city for its for damages. Though there is case law that suggests the city would have considerable latitude in setting liquidated damages. So in the end, we concluded that the amount set for liquidated damages should be reviewed and perhaps other contract mechanisms be explored that would better align as incentives in situations like this where, for example, the deadline is crucial to the city. It would have afforded having something like a bonus penalty clause in the contract or earn back clauses would have afforded more control over the contractor insofar as delivery to that critical schedule. So for contract management overall, we concluded that the city needs more developed processes and practices for contract management and administration. We think there should be protocols that could be activated when projects run into difficulty. So have these standard processes available to us sort of on the shelf, ready to go, so that they can be deployed when we run into challenges. That the city should deploy greater technical skill, acquire and deploy greater technical skill in contract management specifically, that we should be ensuring formal contract mechanisms are adhered to, and the way contract management occurs will in fact hold contractors to strict requirements. And we thought the city should explore the possibility of actually splitting off contract management as a separate role from that of project management and contract administration, as a couple of other municipalities in Ontario have done, and perhaps do that not in every case, but consider doing it for special circumstances or highly risky projects, or use it perhaps as a mitigation strategy when you're confronted after your risk analysis with a high level of risk. Looking at vendor management, including procurement policies, the Meyer contract award, as is the case with other capital projects in this city, is based on lowest compliant bid. Risks such as previously poor performance by a contractor or other risks that we saw, this is not considered. This is the system that we have in Hamilton. Of course, in this project, we have the situation where the successful proponent was significantly under the next highest bidder and significantly under what we've budgeted for. They had a poor evaluation as well. So these two circumstances would lead one to believe there's substantial, what we call low bid risk. However, we're constrained as a city because the current approach to procurement really can't cope with previously poor performers that bid low on new contractors. We feel that award practices could be improved by using, there's two possibilities. You could use pre-qualification as one, or you could use a vendor rating system. A vendor rating system uses, just to explain it a bit, it uses the accumulated vendor ratings from previous jobs that have been performed by each contractor, and they're scored, and those scores will factor in determining the winning bidder on future contracts. And this is something that's done by MTO, I'm aware, does this, and I think the City of Ottawa. We also mentioned this in one of our previous audits, the roads audits. This should be explored as an opportunity to improve and reduce the tendency for low bidders to cut corners and earn back profits from change orders and delivering lower quality or past the schedule that we would like. For this audit, we also looked retrospectively at the legal approach that was adopted throughout the project. We took the view that certainly in our case, in the absence of having a dedicated contract management specialist, cities' legal resources need to be experienced and engaged early and often when encountering projects like this that are either in difficulty or likely to be risky. And for that reason, we, as part of this audit, our office engaged an outside legal firm to assist the city auditor, and we asked them to help us address 4 questions or lines of inquiry, and their answers to those questions helped us make judgments about and draw final conclusions. So the questions that we asked our external legal consultant, first of all, was the construction contract tight enough? Was it appropriate for the project? Secondly, what advice would they've given when the contractor declared it had erred in its bid pricing, because that was a significant risk right at the outset. What does that tell you about the likely management of this project, upcoming management of this project? What options were available at the time? What advice would they have given once the contractor defaulted, and did the city miss an opportunity to claim on the performance bond? And finally, what opinion do they have of the settlement, and what strategies would they have used? So I will address some of those questions, because we do have an issue of legal privilege on the opinion that we were given. But in our report, I think we were successful in articulating the main and the important conclusions that are to be drawn from this from this project and from this audit. So after carefully considering that advice, our office concluded that the city used a form of contract that was appropriate. It was suitably modified in the city's favor, and to us it was tight enough, so to speak. It contained the necessary provisions to protect the city against contractor defaults and delays. Sorry, I didn't keep up with the slides. Apologize for that. After considering legal advice on the issue of the bid error, we concluded that since the contractor ultimately confirmed it would honor its bid, despite the error, yes, the city could have rejected the bid, but that would have been quite a radical departure from our practice. And also, it would have necessitated going to the second lowest bidder, which was 822,000 more, none of which would be recoverable from the bid bond, because the contractor did say they would honor their bid. So we concluded in this case that the city took the appropriate course of action. So insofar as contract administration and the circumstances of default, as we noted previously, substantial performance was not achieved by the prescribed date of September 2018. Leading up to that time, there were key milestones that were missed and deliverables that were missed. The city was not providing, though, timely written notice of default, including deficiencies, the failure to provide a construction schedule. Lastly, the substantial performance date not being achieved. And so we were not providing the timely written notice of those particular defaults. Also, the contractor did not follow the prescribed process for notice of delays. Although there was some evidence that this was informally done, it did not follow the prescribed processes and formality that is required. The city did not require the contractor to prioritize the correction of deficiencies, nor did the city, which they could have done, rectify them itself and back charge or withhold payments, all of which are available remedies. There was no evidence that any party was keeping a running deficiency list, and the city did not avail itself of available rights and remedies or insist that the contractor follow contract protocols. Finally, at the end of this, when there was a negotiation to terminate the contract, that decision we did not terminate contractually. We negotiated to terminate. That was done without a fulsome analysis of contractual rights. Insofar as the settlement is concerned, now because the settlement agreement cannot be disclosed, and the terms of that settlement are meant to be kept confidential, we can't speak publicly as to any details of that settlement. But there was a major conclusion that we made, that we are able to share, and that was, we do not feel, our office, that there was sufficient, or indeed could we obtain any information on some pivotal components of that financial settlement, and thus concluded that there wasn't evidence that the city performed the necessary due diligence for those components. So you'll see at the end, we make a recommendation to address that issue in the future. In the area of the consultant and the roles and duties of that consultant, we had we used an external consultant as contract administrator, and it was their duty to oversee and evaluate the work of the contractor. In this case, they were also the designer of the project. Now, as the delays ensued on this project, and we were trying to, as a city, address those delays, the contractor did throughout the project maintain that there were design issues that resulted in delay and increased cost. Now, given that it was the same consulting firm doing the design as is doing the contract oversight and administration, it certainly raised the question for us whether the consultant, as a contract administrator, could be objective in performing their role. We believe that in such situations there is an inherent conflict that could make that very difficult. We note that some jurisdictions split the role of design consultant and contract administrator. It's not often done, but it can be done. And so we concluded that splitting these roles, at least insofar as projects that are anticipated to be high risk, we think that splitting these roles may warrant careful consideration in the future. The oversight of the external consultant, there were a lot of problems in this project. And we concluded that the external consultant shares some responsibility insofar as not ensuring the contract management due diligence was delivered. Some of the issues that we uncovered include certifying payments without project schedule, not maintaining a running contemporaneous deficiency list, not aggressively monitoring the contractor, the lack of a recovery plan, et cetera, et cetera. To that point, though, we also found there was no formal agreement with the consultant other than through the purchase order terms and conditions. And following up on that issue, we've identified that this is actually happening more often than we think, and it's more of a systemic issue. And we think that that needs to be addressed as well. It appeared to us that on this particular project that the level of monitoring was not very aggressive. There were infrequent site visits, quite large time gaps in between some visits, and we don't feel that this accorded with the need for the close monitoring of such a risky project. However, the lack of lack of oversight that comes by when you don't have a contract with them, it becomes problematic to hold the consultant to account for their roles and duties, and ultimately to put pressure on the contractor to make progress. So I'll go into we made 15 recommendations, and management they'll be delivering their response to our recommendations later, but they agreed with all the recommendations, I will say. And these have to do with strengthening governance and processes in project management and contract management, and how we deal with vendors and communication with council as well. So we recommend the development of a risk assessment framework and process, that the city used the current version of the CCDC2 stipulated price contract, that there be contract management training for staff doing these projects, that the city consider separating the roles of project management, contract administration, and contract management, that contractor performance be tracked, formally evaluated, and that contractor ratings be considered as a procurement criteria. So this gets back to the use of potential use and advantages of using a vendor rating system to avoid low bid risk. We recommend that liquidated damages be reviewed, and that alternative incentives be considered where things like schedule are so important. Adhering to schedule are very important to the city. We recommend improvements in project management processes that include addressing the issue of project documentation, adherence to contract, keeping track on a timely basis of deficiencies and communications back and forth between the parties. We recommend that special contingency procedures and guidelines be developed for projects in difficulty, that Public Works implement a process to share critical project information such as cost estimates with procurement, that the practice of single sourcing be reviewed and utilized only during exceptional circumstances, that a standard form of contract be developed and used for the procurement of architectural consulting and contract administration services, that communication with council, specifically with respect to projects in difficulty, be timely and forthright, and risks be brought forward proactively, that the budget for capital projects includes sufficient funding for the necessary corporate support services, that management implement and strengthen processes to ensure that when faced with contractor claims that arise from alleged design issues, that these are rigorously and independently evaluated, and that management review its process for approving settlements that exceed some predetermined threshold to ensure appropriate due diligence is exercised on those agreed settlements. So that's our recommendations, and I believe I turn it over to management for their response, or back to you, Chair. I'm not sure.
Okay, please, I'll take it back. Charles, thank you so very much for a very thorough actually involvement all the way through on this particular issue, and a very thorough review and report to us, and certainly excellent recommendations. So with that, you're right, I'm going to ask Mr. D'Angelo, you're present. Did you wish to make any comments on the presentation, sir?
So,
Sorry,
to the chair, there's a separate presentation that Rome's prepared. So if maybe committee had any questions specifically for Charles, they could be answered. We could receive that presentation and then move to Rome's presentation.
Perfect. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councillor Ferguson, I see you have a question, sir.
I think I'll wait till Rome finishes his. I didn't realize he was going to do the B part or A part, whatever it's called, of the report. So I would like to see that before I start my questioning.
Okay, so we're going to ask then for a mover and a second to receive Charles' presentation, please. Moved by Councillor Vanderbeek, seconded by Councillor Powers, and recorded vote. Angela, sorry, go ahead.
So sorry, just waiting on, Councillor Vanderbeek, and we just aren't able to see Councillor Powers. If verbally, Councillor Powers, you could just say thumbs up. Okay,
Because
great.
the presentation's up, got that?
And that carries 6-0. Thank you.
Okay, and Madam Clerk, I just want to be sure that at the end of Ron's presentation, there are recommendations on Charles' report that we're going to approve, correct?
No, those recommendations were approved at the last AFNA.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep, got it. Thank you, everyone. Just want to be sure I don't miss anything. And now with pleasure, I want to welcome Ron D'Angelo, Director of Energy, Fleet and Facilities Management, and he's going to present the committee with the responses and actions. Good morning, still morning. Good morning, Ron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could you see my screen?
I can, sir. Thank you.
Great. My name is Rome D'Angelo, the Director of Energy, Fleet and Facilities. And these are our management responses to the Meyer Lessons Learned Audit. So as a division committed to continuous improvement, management appreciates the auditor's report and the recommendations that will assist us in improving our process and avoiding the unfortunate issue that occurred in this project. We appreciate the challenges identified in this project led to unfortunate issues experienced by members of the public and members of council, most in particularly Councillor Vanderbeek. We apologize for the regrettable issues identified in this project and can confirm that we have been taking steps to ensure that this doesn't happen again. So just an overview of who we are in facility management. The Energy, Fleet and Facility Management Division has a diverse and large portfolio. We oversee over 500 buildings valued over $2.1 billion. The facility's capital construction team services a wide range of internal clients as well as external clients such as Hamilton Police Services and City Housing Hamilton, just to name a few of them. The facility's capital team manages an average of 200 projects a year that range from small to mid-size to major new construction type projects. Our capital spending capacity on an annual basis is beyond $50 million. While the vast majority of the projects are completed without issues, we are committed to learning from the Meyer experience and put in place measures to ensure it doesn't happen again. The auditor's report on Meyer identifies 3 significant areas of focus that have contributed to the project's shortcomings. The areas are legal services, procurement, and project management. The next 5 slides will focus on the facility management responses to the auditor. Shortly after the Meyer project was completed, the facilities capital team took quick action and had multiple lesson learned workshops. Their findings, along with the information captured in the auditor's report, identified some significant gaps in our process that has helped us identify and address project issues. We accept all the recommendations in the audit report and have already begun implementation. In 2022, we will be setting up a quality management office headed by a senior project manager that will focus on developing a risk assessment framework and developing new processes and standard operating procedures that will guide our facility capital project team. We have also embedded 2 new project coordinator positions that will assist in large-scale projects and support the project managers in the field. As well, we are currently working on the enterprise asset management system, which is being designed and implemented in Public Works, which will have significant benefit to this division for standard record retention and document control. Additionally, for large capital projects, we're in the process of defining and documenting the key roles and responsibilities of the prime design consultant, the contract administrator, and the contract manager. And through an internal service level agreement, we are defining the roles of the project manager and the project coordinators, as well as the role of legal services and procurement as it relates to large construction projects. The following 8 recommendations and management responses focus on project management end of the audit. Audit recommendation 1 is focused on developing a risk assessment framework. The management response is that facility staff have already started creating a foundation to a risk assessment framework by completing and implementing standard templates such as project initiation checklists, closeout checklist, standard project budget templates, communication plan for major capital projects. Over the next 3 to 9 months, we will further be developing a new quality management office to support the capital team in the documentation of the front-end planning cycle, as well as developing checklists as various projects phases such as design and construction. Sorry about that. Audit recommendation 3 focuses on contract management training. Management's response is that we have already identified a vendor to execute this training. In the meantime, we're currently working with legal services to understand the supporting role legal provides the facilities division in major capital projects as it relates to contract management. We are anticipating this recommendation to be completed between Q2 and Q3 of 2022. Audit recommendation 4 is about separating the role of project management and contract management. Management's response is that we are currently discussing this matter with procurement and legal services to determine the scope of this separation and the impacts it may have both financially and from a legal perspective. Part of facilities work plan is to reopen the current service level agreement we have with legal services, whereby facilities has access to most appropriate advice from lawyers that are subject matter experts in the construction contract management industry. Finally, the auditor's findings are that other municipalities have successfully separated the two roles. We will be undertaking a municipal scan before the end of the year to determine if this is a viable option for the City of Hamilton. These items are expected to be completed in its entirety before Q4 of 2023. Audit recommendation number 7 is about improving on adequate documentation and ensuring it's maintained and that information is shared in a timely manner. Management's response is that we are currently working on creating a quality management office that will be in place by the fourth quarter of 2022. We have also shifted existing contract analyst position over to the facility capital team to have line of sight on financials, change orders, and deficiencies. As part of the quality management office that we will be establishing, the implementation of the enterprise asset management system standard operating procedures will be developed and documented on the retention and document control process. Audit recommendation number 8 touches on special contingency procedures and guidelines to be developed for project in difficulties. The management response is that we have created a template and project tracker that provides critical updates in a timely fashion to management. This item has been completed. Once the quality management office is in place, the focus will be establishing formal standard operating procedures for escalation process. The estimated time to complete this action is Q4 2022. Audit recommendation number 9 focuses on implementing a process to share critical capital project information as part of the procurement administration. Management's response is that this practice has already started. However, a formal standard operating procedure will be developed once the quality management office is in place by Q4 2022. Audit recommendation number 12, that the communication with council regarding projects in difficulty be timely and forthright. Management's response is that the communication template is already being developed. A formal standard operating procedure will be developed once the quality management office is in place by Q4 2022. Audit recommendation 14, that management implement a process to address contractor's claim on alleged design issues. Management's response is that facilities is in collaboration with procurement and legal services, that we will explore the means to enhance the CCDC2 conflict resolution process, as well as reviewing how the Ontario Building Code governs and has oversight on the actual design. This recommendation in its entirety is expected to be completed by Q2 2023. The next few slides are focused on the procurement and legal services responses to the audit. Procurement is working very closely with facilities and are currently working on different capital project delivery models. In addition to our typical stipulated sum contracts, we are exploring construction management contracts, design build contracts. We're also looking at general contractor pre-qualifications. These are just to name a few. In fact, the POA courthouse at 50 Main Street was a $35 million renovation project, which was the city's first construction management delivery model type project. Procurement is also exploring a new vendor performance program along with best practices review of a contractor bidding evaluation process. Going forward, facilities will reopen the current service level agreement we have with legal services, whereby facilities has access to the most appropriate advice from lawyers that are subject matter experts in the construction contract management industry. As it relates to procurement and legal services, these are their responses to the audit report. Audit recommendation number 2 recommends that we use the current version of the CCDC2 stipulated sum contract. Management's response is that all construction contracts utilized through a procurement process are current with respect to the Construction Act. Furthermore, procurement has created a working group to update the supplemental conditions to be used with the new CCDC2 2020 stipulated price contract to be implemented by this June of 2022. Audit recommendation number 5 recommends developing a process that contractor performance for each project be tracked and formally evaluated, and that these evaluations be used for contractor rating for future projects. Management's response is that procurement has this item on their work plan to explore and research a more robust vendor performance program with a target date of Q4 of 2022. Audit recommendation number 6 focuses on liquidated damages, focuses on liquidated damages values and also considers bonus and penalty clauses. Management's response is that staff will investigate and pursue best practices in the industry, as well as doing an environmental scan on what other municipalities are doing to see if there is a viable solution that can be adopted in the city of Hamilton. In addition, procurement staff will engage with client departments to assess consequences and controls in order to ensure appropriate application of the proposed changes. The expected completion of this recommendation is Q1 of 2023. Audit recommendation number 10. The focus on this recommendation is on the single sourcing process. Management's response is that staff agree that most prudent direction is to select a vendor through a competitive process. However, there are exceptions to the rule. Wherever there are exceptional circumstances, approval will be required by either general manager or council. Recommendation 10 has been addressed and completed. Recommendation 11 recommends that a standard form of contract be used for retaining prime design consultant and contract administration services. Management's response is that procurement has adopted currently using a standard template for prime design consultants and administrative services that have been retained through a competitive process. In the situation of a council-approved single source, staff will formalize the process by using the standard contract template. Additionally, the next revision of the procurement policy will be amended to address the single source scenario. So some of the process improvements in facilities. Shortly after the Meyer project was completed, the facilities capital team took quick action and developed a process improvement, a lesson learned workshop as it related to the experience of the Meyer project. We had 3 to 4 workshops with a subject matter expert in process improvement to facilitate these sessions. Our stakeholders were facility operations and maintenance, our project management team, procurement, legal services, the Internal Auditor's Office, and a member of Recreation. From these sessions, we have developed and implemented the following: a project initiation and closeout checklist, improved project budget templates, a communication plan. We've developed a lesson learned process for large-scale projects to mitigate future risks. We've created a project charter template, a routine project status update on significant projects, and a project tracker to document status of all active projects. So this is the conclusion of the management's presentation. I do want to note that recommendation 13 and 15 were not addressed in this presentation because recommendation 13 is on financial planning. Recommendation 15 is on legal settlement. Management do agree with the proposed two recommendations. However, the focus on today's presentation was merely on project delivery. So if there are any questions, with me today to assist in the responses are Tina Ioko from Procurement, Ron Zabo from Legal Services, Janet Warner, Shaba Shringi, and myself from Facility Capital section. Thank you.
Ron, thank you so much for the very thorough presentation. I also want to thank you for the comments to Councillor Vanderbeek. I think we all feel the same, sadness and remorse of what she's had to go through and her ward for the last number of years. So I will go on with the speakers list. I have Councillor Ferguson, sir, please.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman, and thanks also to Charles and Rome for this explanation. It's not comfortable opening your kimono on something that went wrong, and we're doing this publicly to show the public that when things don't go perfect, we're going to be transparent about it. And I know it's an uncomfortable position for everyone, but I think it's the right thing to do. And before I start, Rome, I have a question for you. You got some acronyms in this thing. So I'm trying to figure out. I've tried my hardest to figure them out, but I can't get it. What does EFFM stand for?
Sorry about that. It's Energy, Fleet, and Facility Management. That's the name of our division in Public Works.
Right.
And SLA is Service Level Agreement?
Through the chair, that's correct.
And what is ASOP?
Through the chair, SOP is Standard Operating Procedures.
And the A stands for?
Just A. Standard
Oh,
Operating.
and what does RFCTA stand for?
I'm going to turn to Tina, if I can defer that to Tina.
Through the chair, good morning, Tina Iacco, Manager Procurement. RFCTA is the request for tender or proposal form that we get client departments to fill out prior to starting any work on a procurement process.
Okay, in the future, when you do these type of reports, Rome, you might want to put a key at the top what these things stand for, because I scratched my head for about an hour on most of them, trying to figure out what the heck they stood for, and they're very important to your report. But that aside, I'm glad that you pointed out that your department does about 200 projects a year. And we've done some very complex projects. And City Hall renovation was a really high risk project, and that's a while ago. But it was full of asbestos. It was a heritage designated building. It were stripped it back to the bones. It was very high profile, and it was a strict schedule because everybody was moved to temporary quarters. And that project finished ahead of schedule, about 5 months, and ahead of budget. And the number, I'm not going to quote a number now because I can't remember the exact one, but it was a significant amount. So we do get it right also. I think it's important to point that out. I'd also like to point out that a recent contract, the Ancaster Arts Center, which is a $22 million project, it's going to reach substantial completion in just a few days. They've done a great job, and it was the same architect and contract administrator in Visions that also did Gregmar. So I think it's important for the public and the committee to know the real problem here, and believe me, we have things we can do better, and I'll go into that in a minute. But the real problem here is we had a contractor that wasn't worthy. He couldn't do the job. He was way beyond their ability. And maybe a pre-qualification system might be the right way to go. And I'm glad to see that you're accepting all of Charles' recommendations, but that one in particular, that on complex projects, maybe we need to do a pre-qualification to make sure we don't get someone in there that's used to doing household renovations. And I'm not saying what's happened here to renovating a live arena in the middle of town that's up in age. And so it's important that we don't throw all the blame at our staff, that we had a bad contractor. And I know Tina does her best, and she dealt with this by banning that contractor for working with the city after her performance that they had on the Greg Meyer Arena. And I too feel badly for Councillor Vanderbeek. And maybe the message here, Ren, is you need to get your staff to listen to the ward councillors. They know what's going on because they hear it from all the user groups. And because I think Arlene was screaming for a while about this and looking for help. So that may be something you might want to consider in your training part also. We don't need to take over the project, but we hear from the user groups, whether it was a McCoy Real McCoy hockey team or others that were being heavily impacted by this. So my first question, either to Rome or Charles, I think it goes to Rome. The service level agreement with legal, because a lot of the breakdowns here where from what I hear from Charles's report, is that we had breakdowns, for example, in putting the bonding company formally on notice. All we did was copy them on letters to the contractor. And so I assume it's legal department that would put them on the formal notice, would it, Rome?
Through the chair, I'll start and then I'll turn it over to Ron Zabo to add on to my response. Typically, when something occurs on the site, we would call in procurement or legal to say there's some contractual issues on site. And so we would kind of lean to legal and procurement to kind of guide us through that process. So I'll turn right now to Ron Zabo. Maybe he can expand on that, or Tina can expand on that.
And also, Rome, the service level agreement, does it state how long how fast they should turn these around?
The service level agreement really looks at the relationship between facilities and legal, and in terms of the required service for facilities as it relates to projects. But you need to really look at the broadness of facility management, because we do go beyond just facility capital. We have fleet, we have energy, commodities, and we have components of real estate that we look at. So there's a really broad aspect of energy, fleet, and facility management, and it's very difficult to really hone in on subject matter experts on all these pockets of all these areas within my division. But as it relates to capital, what we're looking for is someone that has that construction background and experience.
Okay, maybe it'd be good to hear from Ron then.
Mr. Zabo? Can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Pardon me. Through the chair, Acting City Solicitor Ron Sabot, Rome's answer is correct. Legal would assist with giving notices, and depending on the gravity of those notices, the instructions might come through Rome's group or possibly even council, depending on the nature. And in respect of the service level agreement, generally it deals with the amount of resources that legal can deliver and some aspects of delivery time. And we would take cue from Rome's group about the urgency or priority of those matters. As Rome mentioned, we're likely dealing with several items at any given time.
So you don't have KPIs on if someone is defaulting, and because we miss putting a formal notice, we pay a lot of money for our performance bonds, and we missed getting that notice out to them that their contractor was in default, and put them on notice that we're going to look for restitution from them. I don't know how that got missed, because that's a very important step, as is to put them on formal notice when they're past the deadline. But something like putting a bonding company on notice, when should facilities expect a response, and how long should they have to wait?
I'm not sure that that was a factor in this issue. I think what the audit report has pointed out that there's coordination between legal and enterprise fleet and facilities that is required, especially when a project is veering off into defaults of various sorts. So we would be working with them and relying on some of their work in order to perform those tasks or give notices. And sometimes that includes requiring a certain basis for giving the notice involved.
Okay, I heard Charles say it was a pretty major factor and that the bonding company wasn't notified. They were copied on correspondence but never notified. And that's a pretty serious breakdown. And I'm not sure, I didn't hear an answer from you. And I know there's always exceptions, but a time to turn around this stuff. And when a project's heading south and time's moving on, should legal services get back to them in 5 days? Is that is that a KPI through the service level agreement we should be putting in?
Um, The response time, again, we would try to be responsive to the actual requirements in the contract, in that case, the bond, as well as the department's requirements of us. I don't know that that specific time frame is specified. That seems a level of detail that's unlikely to be in the service level agreement, and we would be assigning staff that have particular knowledge of the contract and the bonding requirements, who would respond presumably on a timely basis.
Okay, so I'm hearing there's nothing in the service level agreement, how quick we should get a turnaround from legal. I'll just make some comments on that at the end of this. But Ron, do you have anybody on staff now who's a specialist in construction like Brian DeCare was?
We have at least one lawyer on staff who has a considerable experience, and other lawyers with a range of levels of experience. And it is an area where sometimes our resources will fall short, and we would seek outside help where there were issues with delivery times or level of services needed.
Okay, because I know we regularly heard from Brian DeCare, and he sort of mysteriously disappeared. And is Brian Boodoo then your expert on this stuff, on construction projects?
I would probably name Larry Tansley and Michael Kine as subject matter experts that we rely on. And Brian, although he may have that experience, he's been working primarily on LRT work for the last few months.
Okay. And the only other comment I have, as old, with the emphasis on old, warhorse in construction for 32 years, as a senior person in a large construction company, be very, very, very careful about going into splitting up design and contract administration. It could be a recipe for disaster, because what happens is people make mistakes, and if an architect makes mistakes, and the contractor will be very quick to point it out. If you have a separate administrator who quite likely is a competitor of the designer, because it's architects and engineers that provide both this service, contract administration and design. And it'd be very, there could be a conflict of interest there, having a competitor evaluate the design of another party, and then not having any financial accountability, just making a claim under errors and omissions or issuing a change order to proceed. So I'd like to talk to some people offline from my experience on this, because I've done it for years and I don't want to waste the committee's time listening to it. But I just leave it with be very cautious about ever splitting that up, because you lose a lot of control when that happens. And as I say, Envisions, who's being so heavily criticized for the Greg Meyer Arena, have done an outstanding job on the Ancaster Arts Center. And so I think it comes back to the common denominator. We had a bad contractor. I do. I absolutely agree with the training. I know construction people don't like paperwork. This is just the nature of things. But there was clearly a breakdown in administration with the schedule to allow that to go on that long. There should have been a stop work order issued to them immediately until they produce that schedule, because that's how you can measure their performance. And when a crew is shut down through a stop work order, the contractor will work overnight to get that schedule to you because he doesn't want his crews sitting idle. And then also the issue with the bonders. That seemed to be a big issue when we had the session at our previous meeting. And so I'm glad that you're really embracing the training side and coming to grips with that. And I think that's all for now. I've taken a lot of time here, Madam Chairman, but I do want to
Just past time, Councillor. Thank you for that.
I do want to thank Rome, though, for his response and Charles for the report, because I think we've all learned a lot through this process. Thank you.
Thank you. And I now have Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. I have a single question just so I understand the process and my role in it. And I'll just pull out one example. On page 6 of the slide, recommendation 4, we recommend that management consider separating the roles of project management and contract management for capital projects. And management response is they'll undertake a scan of practices in other municipalities. I want to understand, is there going to be a reporting mechanism back to council of those things that you will be studying, and a report on which things that you pursued and how or didn't? Thank you.
Through the chair, is that directed to myself or Charles?
I would assume it would be to you.
Yeah, so through the chair, my intent is all the recommendations that have come forward, and again, there's 3 focus areas. There's legal, procurement, and facilities. At some point in time, we will coordinate, and as these recommendations are met, or we've done whatever review that we needed to do and implemented whatever needs to be implemented, we will report to council in a timely fashion as these recommendations are met.
Okay, so thank you very much for that clarification. So in this case, if you determined after your scan that you weren't going to pursue this recommendation, that would be in your report too, along with the rationale. Yes? Thank you, Councillor Meyer.
Through the chair, that is correct.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor. I have Councillor Clark, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of questions. What happens if there's a disagreement now between what the Auditor General is suggesting and what management is agreeable to proceed with? So we've got the chart that's before us now. Now, 6 months from now, as you've reviewed everything, now you have a difference of opinion with the AG. How does that get resolved?
Through the chair, I'll take a stab at it, and maybe Charles Brown can jump in after my response. I mean, we've agreed to all the recommendations. We're in the process of exploring these recommendations, especially the separation of project management and contract management. If we do come out with a different option, my intent would be to bring all the key players to a table to discuss it before we provide additional information back to council. So we would include internal audit, we would include procurement, we would include legal services and facilities in terms of our findings, and then collaborate in terms of what our response would be back to council or AFNA.
Chair, can I hear from the AG?
Certainly. Charles, please.
Through the chair, Charles Brown, City Auditor. So my response to that is we have a follow-up process to our significant audits. Usually within 2 years, we come back and look at the recommendations, whether they've been implemented, the extent to which they've implemented. If there were a disagreement about the implementation, we would raise the issue at that time and bring it before AFNA and council. So it would be for council to decide on that, on the appropriate resolution for that matter. It's important to note, though, that we try not to be too prescriptive in our recommendations, that there's absolutely no flexibility. For example, the role of splitting the role of contract management, that we felt that should be explored and considered. And I think the commitment to do that is what our expectation is. We're aware of 2 municipalities that do that. Obviously, it'd be logical to talk to them and see how it works and see if that's a solution for Hamilton. But that's an example of if they do that work and we feel it's been appropriately considered and diligently pursued. There's, from our point of view, it's a matter of the management reporting back to AFNA and council on what they learned and getting agreement from council. Then the recommendation has been dealt with appropriately. So there is that distinction in some of our recommendations that you will see.
So prior to us reaching out to these other municipalities that have divided the responsibilities, can we have staff sit down with Councillor Ferguson so that they hear his experiences with it? Because he seemed to be pretty concerned about that aspect and the potential challenges there.
Through the chair, I think he was speaking not of the separation of contract management. He was speaking of the separation of the role of contract administrator and designer.
Okay.
Which we recommend that separation be considered, perhaps in risky circumstances. The issue it would depend on what the solution is. There are alternative solutions to that. For example, the issue that is meant to be addressed in that recommendation, and that's only part of the recommendation, is consider splitting the roles. There are other possibilities. The issue to be addressed is how are you going to deal with the potential of someone asserting that there are design issues. We feel in this case it should have been independently reviewed as opposed to just assuming the contractor is wrong. When we get to the stage of settlement and negotiation, if we haven't diligently looked into the assertions by a contractor of design flaws, then we're in a weak position when it comes to negotiating the settlement, which we believe happened in this case. So the issue is more of how do we get independently assure ourselves that the contractor, as to the veracity of the allegations that a contractor is making. That's the important point in that, not necessarily the mechanism by which that's achieved.
Thank you. So, Chair, this morning I've heard terms like exploring, reviewing, and scanning. These are all in response to recommendations that the AG has had. I'm seeking confirmation that the next step will be after the AG will report back to us as well as our staff. We want to see what the decisions were in response to this. Is that where we're headed?
Charles, can you just clarify? I believe that's what I was interpreting.
So through the chair, we can do that. It's up to council to lay out a timeline, I think, if they want, or at least for the program area to offer up a timeline for when they would report. I know, for example, with the roads audit, we have a regular timeline that's being reported. Edward Sold is reporting on actions being taken with respect to that audit. I do check in with them on those and participate, or at least observe when he presents his progress on those findings. A similar approach could be taken here, but our actual check-in, our most serious check-in with this is when we actually validate the progress at a follow-up audit, which is typically about two years after the initial audit, at least 2 years.
Yes, but my hope is that our staff will be fixing some of these problems prior to that.
Correct.
Second review. I heard Mr. Szabo, I thought I heard Mr. Szabo indicate that there were resource issues. Are we short lawyers right now?
Through the chair, Right now, we are in hiring processes for various legal staff. The issue, though, is probably more related to the volume of work and the expertise required, as Rome mentioned. So it's matching the needs of the department with the skills of our lawyers. And we can address those issues either by training current staff to add to those skills in the department or seeking outside assistance for more urgent matters. And
I guess it just concerns me that if there's a delay in response, then that delay compounds our situation when we're dealing with contracts. The last question, Chair, can I ask a really simple question? Has anyone apologized to the residents and users of Great Meyer Arena? I know staff have apologized to Councillor Vanderbeek, but based on this report, I'd suggest that we should be apologizing to the residents also. The delays were long. Councillor Vanderbeek continually raised this as an issue, trying to resolve it, and it just didn't get anywhere. And so this report has been very enlightening. Thank you. Those are all my comments.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. And I go now to Councillor Johnson, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And on that vein, my question is, Rome, you talked about staff training. You talked about getting people to coordinate this and to coordinate that. I think you will agree that it is the counselor that is your PR person. They're the ones that stand in front of the staff, and they're the ones that take the bullets when things don't go well, things aren't going fine. They live in their community, so they can see whether or not the contractor showed up and whether or not that they're on the roof or trimming bushes. So in the staff training, is there a component in there that includes the counselor, that includes keeping them informed, or there's an element that, because they're part of your team, we're the ones that stand, we're the ones that answer all the questions, we're the ones that get all the emails and the phone calls, and as Councillor Clark said, Councillor Vanderbeek worked her butt off with this one, and I understand, Rome, that you got involved and you helped sort things out, so kudos to you. But where does the counselor fit in with this training?
Through the chair, that's an item that we need to explore, because you make a very good point, because when we talk about stakeholders, our key stakeholder is the counselor. They have a pulse of the community, and I think it's very important that they stay engaged and we communicate on a regular basis. I know myself, I pride myself in ensuring that I stay engaged with the counselors, especially on high profile projects in each of the wards. And I think it's an important piece. I've always endorsed and advocated for this term called emotional intelligence, which talks about empathizing and understanding what's happening out in the community, what's happening in terms of the pressure that's committed to the counselor. So I think that's a key element. I think that's a key attribute that all our project managers should have in staying engaged and understanding those pressures that the counselors are undertaking and being part of that solution. So that's something that I need to take away in terms of how I can incorporate this into a training process where it includes the respective counselors.
And thank you for that, Rome. I know you and I are on the same page. You and I have worked on multiple projects together with lots of good successes. But the average person looking at construction, the only person they know that they can actually reach out to is their counselor. They don't reach out to the contractor. They don't reach out to the company. They reach out to the one person they hope have the answers. So I really appreciate that. If there was a training session at the beginning of my first term, I probably would have jumped right all over that to find out how I can be a helper, not a hindrance, because I hate political influence, but at the same time, I think that we have to utilize the counselors' offices. We're the ones that have our websites, we have our Facebook pages, our Twitter accounts. We can keep the community informed on your behalf and work together as a team. So thank you for that. And Councillor Vanderbeek, I don't even know what to say. I've watched you work so hard. You and I sat in each other's offices trying to, and you were coming up with one solution after another, trying to get this resolved. And I'm really glad now we're going to put a bow on this, and hopefully, Councillor Vanderbeek, if anybody can teach us how to do this, it's going to be you at the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And I want to thank Councillor Vanderbeek. I would like to go ahead and leave the best part for you, Councillor Vanderbeek. So I would like to just have a couple of comments and questions to Mr. D'Angelo as well. So Ram, I want to thank you, and also Charles, for the excellent reviews and presentations. And I know it's not easy. Understanding, as you stated at the beginning of the presentation, the city handles over 200 projects a year on average, and in the range of approximately $50 million and up. And I certainly respect that greatly. I just wanted to ask, because you mentioned a couple of points, you mentioned in the recommendations about the costs, as far as there will be some costing issues going forward. So I'm assuming that'll be part of possibly the review coming back through Charles and yourself of where we go from here, et cetera. Do we anticipate this being costs will be included on all projects going forward? Would it be like, be it different assessment consultants to be assessed or legal, et cetera? Is that what you're looking at?
Through the chair, one of the recommendations do emphasize putting in a cost for support services. I think that's recommendation 13. But in terms of what we're trying to develop in facility management with our quality management office, our contract analyst, and our project coordinators, what we've done is we worked and kind of reshifted roles and responsibilities. So we're not adding any FTEs to our complement. We're working within our structure and creating some functionality that creates value in our delivery of projects. And so there's not going to be any cost on our end in terms of adding more FTEs, because we're not adding FTEs. We're shifting and we're creating functionality. And wherever there's pressures, we're trying to fill those gaps. With regards to splitting project management and contract management, there might be a cost associated to that. And those are things that we need to explore and to see if we're layering another level of management into our projects. That's something that we need to explore and to report back to say that our soft costs are going to go up by another 5% as a result of this. But that's something that we will report back.
Wonderful. I appreciate that. And you're right. It was item 13. And then item 15 had to do with the legals. I did jot that down. So thank you for certainly catching that. Ram, I also want to ask another question is, in recognition of the timelines and being sure that things are being met, the contractors meeting their timelines. So I'm assuming that we keep a spreadsheet. Would I use that term, that we keep a spreadsheet on each project, so that who's ever looking at it, the staff person overseeing each project is available, but you say that staff person is not available and there's somebody else filling in, there is a steady and a concise format that is used as a template for all projects, so they know exactly where an issue sits, how much time is being allotted to the next stage, et cetera. Is that the process we follow currently, or is that something that's being looked at?
Through the chair, we have developed and we have implemented a tracking form, and we do have a hierarchy. So regardless if someone may be off on vacation or off sick or just a vacant position, that level of line of sight on those projects go all the way up to the director. So we do have line of sight on all that information, and we have standardized that process.
Wonderful. And I'm not saying that was the case here. I'm just saying, because I know during COVID, there were a number of issues of staff not being available. I mean, I had difficulty arranging reach staff, et cetera. So there were some issues. So that's the only reason it just brought that to mind. The last thing, and I want to ask is, and I'm sure councillors are aware, there is a media release that has been prepared that will be released after the completion of this meeting today. And it's to do with the city auditor's releases findings of Great-Meyer Arena lessons learned audit. And there was a comment about the possibility of an apology to the residents. Would that be something that could potentially be incorporated in this release? that would simplify that there's something out there for the public record of the sentiments that the councillors around this table feel.
So through the chair, I'm going to turn that over to Matthew Grant as our Director of Communication.
Thank you for that. I didn't see his name, so I wasn't sure if he was in on this. Thank you. Oh, Janet's there. Hi, Jen.
Hi, thank you through the chair. I know he's here, and I'm just going to walk over to his office because we're right across the hall and make sure he pops on.
Okay, so why don't I do this? We can come back and get the comment from him, and maybe I can turn to Councillor Vanderbeek in the meantime. Would that be all right? Is everybody, Councillor Vanderbeek, are you okay with that?
I'm fine with that, Madam Chair.
Perfect. Thank you very, very much. Thanks, Janet. Councillor Vanderbeek, then I'll turn it over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I saw and felt the impact on the community, and I want to say a few words about it because it was and is a big deal to the residents in my community. What do you do when the project you're about to embark on is hot on the heels of a project that took too long and cost more than expected? And the same contractor has just been awarded the contract for the new project that every hockey player and parent in your ward are waiting for. Well, I can tell you what I did. I threw my head back, looked at the ceiling, and prayed. And then I made a phone call. Don't worry, it's the same company, but it's a different team, I was assured. And that was the beginning of the problems. It didn't make sense to me or to anyone else in Dundas that a contractor with a bad track record could possibly be the successful bidder for this highly anticipated new arena addition. We'd already struggled through several years of challenges to get to this point, and it was finally about to come true. Well, the knocks on my office door, the shouts from the sidewalk as I drove by, the ringing of my phones, all to let me know that things were not going according to Hoyle on Market Street. No one is there, no workers on site. The excavation hole is collapsing. Again, no one is there. Where are they? They don't know what they're doing. No workers today. The site was shut down by the Ministry of Labour for several weeks. The weather is too cold, too wet, too hot. They say they're on schedule, but there is no schedule. No glass for the stairs. Companies won't deliver if they don't get paid first. Local residents were keeping notes, trying to get information from anyone who would listen. They're my ears and my eyes. One of the most frustrating experiences. Facility staff couldn't get information from the contractor, dead air in response. Repetitious meetings where the frontline staff and I were assured that everything that could be done was being done. Can't do this, not allowed. Can't do that, too risky. Can't do something else, the law doesn't allow it. Hands are tied. We have to give them more notice, more time to come up with a schedule that never materializes. Simply put, a city councillor's nightmare. We lost 2 years of hockey in Dundas. All those folks who regularly donned their cap and coat and headed to the Market Street Arena to watch local teams had nowhere to go, nowhere they could walk to. At least, not at that time. The questions came. Will the fans ever come back? Will those teams survive? Our AAA Dundas Real McCoys, Junior C Dundas Blues, and minor hockey teams, as well as our figure skaters, were displaced. So were other teams in Flamborough and across the city to make room for our teams while they couldn't play at the arena. The annual Lobster Fest and Spring Fling went elsewhere too. Until finally, Director Rome D'Angelo and his team found a way, de-scoping the contract and calling the shots. And bang, 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 just like that. The glass was delivered, the painters arrived, the floor guys, the plumbers, grass went down, the new walking track completed. It began to take shape. Finally, the place was alive with workers, fluorescent orange and yellow everywhere. Angels from heaven, in my opinion. It all came together and we were planning the grand opening in a matter of weeks. As it happens, I was at the arena on Monday evening this week, watching and cheering for the Dundas Real McCoys as they came away the winners of the Robertson Cup. It was a great game. In that beautiful arena filled with fans, The old pennants hang gracefully far above the ice and tell the tale of decades of sports in that grand dam of Dundas. There's a new banner above the home players' bench in memory of Joe Heslop, who grew up there and refereed his entire adult life, right up until the day he died recently. Oh, the memories in that place. None of this, pardon me, none of this minimizes the seriousness of the findings of our auditor, Charles Brown, and his team, Bridget and Lynn. It's a hard story to tell. Thankfully, Charles took on the task and delved deep. There are 15 recommendations, and today we've all heard staff lay out the plan of action to make those changes. We've learned that there actually were things that could have been done at the time. There were tools there, but they weren't utilized. That's embarrassing and foolish. It can't happen again. But we have fresh eyes on it now. The audit team has laid out a plan. The GM of Public Works is committed. The city manager and her staff will report back to council regularly so we can see the process. Yes, we could hunker down and spend our time complaining about what happened, about what went wrong, about what somebody else didn't do. But there's no sense. Nothing comes from that now. Instead, we work the plan and we move forward to overcome the past and in future prevent something like this from happening again. The audit team revealed the truth and staff will implement the changes to make the difference. So let's move on. Thank you again to General Manager Craig Murdoch, former General Manager Dan McKinnon, Director Rome D'Angelo and their team, to Auditor Charles Brown and his team, to the City Manager, and to you, my council colleagues who supported this audit, and everyone who will be working to make those recommended improvements over the next few months. I feel confident that once the recommendations have been undertaken, future projects, my community and this city will benefit. Good will come from this. From myself and my community, thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Well said.
Councillor Vanderbeek, that was very well said. You were just a bit over time, and believe me, I was not going to shut you down. You did excellent, and I think our stomachs are all, our hearts are all heavy that you've had to deal with this for so long. But I'm glad that you have seen the skies open and things being more positive. And I know staff are listening very intently. And believe me, as you were speaking, I thought, my God, if this happens again, heads will definitely be rolling. So with that, I believe I left with Jeanette to come back with Matthew. And I believe Matthew is here. Thank you, Matthew. Did you get my question with regards to the possibility of adding something on the media release as to an apology to the residents of Dundas?
Yes, to the chair, to the councillor. We can certainly add that to the online version of the release. The actual draft of the release itself has gone out to media this morning when this started, but we can add that. And I can also encourage, and I'm sure he'd be willing, Director D'Angelo to raise that in a media availability we're going to have after this meeting, where we're making both the city auditor as well as the management team available for any questions they might have. And I think it'd be appropriate to make that statement there as well.
Thank you, Arlene. I'm sure you'll be happy with that as well. Thank you so much. And Ram, you're all right with that as well? Thank you, everyone. I think, there you are, Ram. Did you wish to say something?
No.
No?
I'm all right
Okay.
with that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So with that, then I'm going to ask that we have a mover and a seconder to please receive the staff presentation. I'm going to respectfully go to Councillor Vanderbeek, seconded by Councillor Powers, and a recorded vote, please. Okay.
And that vote carries 7-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now I'm going on that we have no public hearings or delegations before us. The next item on the agenda is the item 10 is discussion items. We have 10.1 is unbilled water and wastewater storm accounts FCS 22029 citywide. Staff present will be Brian McMullen, John Savoya, Nick Winters. Non-staff here will be Carrie Lakatos Hayward, Electra Utilities Director of Customer Care, and Christina Corin, Electra Billing Manager. May I have a mover and a second to put this item on the floor? Moved by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Clark. And are there any questions with regard to this item? I don't see anyone on the speakers list. Councillor Powers, sir.
Sorry, I just have a single question. Now, I don't know. I've got it as page 226 of 274 or page 4 of the 6-page report. And it outlines the, I'm going to call them 4 significant billing challenges, but then it also makes reference to the 1,267 unbilled accounts that are still under review. I read the report, perhaps some explanations as to why there are so many and why they've taken so long to be caught up on, and as a result, the size of the back billings are substantial.
Thank you. I think I saw John Savoya join us. John, your speaker's on. Thank you, sir.
Through the chair, John Savoya, Senior Policy Advisor in Finance. As far as the volume and how long it's taken, we do have Electra staff on hand, and I will defer to them to explain how it came to this volume of unbilled accounts, where it currently stands, and what they're doing to get this number down to as low as possible.
Yes, through the chair, it's Carrie Lakatos Hayward. I'm the Director of Customer Operations at Electra, and I'd be pleased to respond to the question. As we have provided through the report, Electra's billing processes are fairly automated. And complex as well. We do, for the residents, we are billing electricity as well as water. Unfortunately, these billing processes can become manual if an account falls outside of billing parameters. And this usually does happen if there is a physical change made to the meter. And that could include a meter change for various purposes, maintenance, or a broken meter. There are times as well when a meter read cannot be obtained. This could be again through a device such as a touchpad being broken, or that the meter is not accessible. When this does happen, Electra's customer information system will attempt to estimate that reading in order to bill the water and wastewater consumption. But there are system checks that we have that will that can prevent billing if it's determined that that estimate does not appear reasonable. What have happened through the course of 2021, and this is primarily due to the pandemic, is that our normal business processes that we do work very closely with the Hamilton Water staff on the metering side. But through the pandemic, we did experience a backlog of these meter changes and meter repairs, and also billing corrections. The backlog was primarily due to staff absences and a backlog in field activities. So we had at the end of February 2022 advised John Savoya and his team that through our assessment we had approximately 1,500 unbilled water accounts. we had taken the additional step of looking at the size of the meter, the number of days unbilled to try and look at where the priorities are. And that is did end up with providing the 4 accounts and the additional information provided in the report. What I can update this committee at this point is since that time, we now have been taking a number of steps, and the number of unbilled has been reduced to 1,012 accounts. What we have done is we've hired additional billing clerks at Electra and a temporary billing manager through to the end of 2024. We have invested in significant overtime for the existing staff to work these unbilled accounts. This is we have been standing up a specific water billing team to prioritize the work, again, looking at the higher millimeter meters and looking at getting these accounts billed as quickly as possible. We have also worked closely with the city on new reporting, and again, to prioritize the aged unbills and getting these accounts billed as quickly as possible. So that is by way of update that I'm pleased to provide this committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. Appreciate that. Anything further, Councillor Powers? Go ahead.
Yes, please. Yeah, thank you for the update. Perhaps, Mr. Savoy, we get a 6-month report back on this. I mean, as we gravitate towards Electra getting out of the business and no longer being partners with us on these particular things, then we need to ensure that the number of accounts are diminished and that the time lapses between installation and proper billing takes place. So perhaps we could just set aside a semi-annual report to come back, probably likely to the new council in the new term, councillor. Just a suggestion.
Great suggestion, and I'm going to ask that maybe John take this back and review that as a directive. And certainly we'll keep an eye on that going forward. Good suggestion, Councillor Powers. Thank you for that. So I see no further speakers. I have been asked that we possibly take a bio break. So I would suggest that we vote on this item and possibly take, a 15-minute break. It's about 1 o'clock now. So with that, can I have a mover and a seconder? Well, we've had a mover and a seconder putting it on the floor. So now let's ask for a recorded vote, please. Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, just to let you know, I wasn't anticipating a 1:30. I have a 1:30, just to let everybody know for quorum purposes. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I canceled. Mine was 12:30. Now I then reset for 1:30, and now I've canceled it. Okay. Thanks, everyone.
Sorry, Councillor Clark.
Yes.
Did you want to vote on item 10.1?
I may.
And that vote,
sorry.
No problem. That vote carries 7-0. So if we're going to recess, we can take a vote on recessing. ENCS does start at 1:30, so I'm not sure about quorum going forward. I believe only Councillor Clark is also on ENCS, but otherwise I'm not certain if we might get tight on quorum.
Okay, so Councillor Clark may leave for ENCS and Councillor Johnson's leaving. That leaves us with 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that sufficient?
4 is quorum, yes.
Okay, so as long as everyone else stays, Councillor Powers, Councillor Wilson, Councillor Vanderbeek, and myself, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so
a vote to recess then?
Yeah, vote till 1:15 then, just shy of 15 minutes. Is that okay, everyone? Okay, moved by Councillor Power, second by Councillor Wilson. All in favor, recorded vote, Madam Clerk?
Yeah, my apologies, it's coming up.
No, that's okay. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Back.
Perfect. That carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Back for 1:15. Thank you very much, everyone. everyone for your attentiveness to getting back as scheduled, and we'll keep persevering through this meeting. We're on
And we are
item 10.
live.
Thank you. We're on to item 10.2 is offsetting parking revenue for the city's business improvement areas. PED 22074. It involves wards 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 12, and 13. We have present staff Brian Hollingworth and Norm Schlehan and Judy Lamb. So may I please have a mover and a seconder to put item 10.2 on the floor? Moved by Councillor Vanderbeek, second by Councillor Powers. Electronic vote, please. Thank you. And are there any questions? Oh, sorry, Madam Clerk.
That does carry 6-0.
Thank you. And are there any questions, concerns to staff present on this item? Seeing none, then we'll ask for a recorded vote to approve item 10.2, please.
So my apologies, Madam Chair, you already just approved that a moment ago.
We put it on the floor, so now we have to vote, do we not? Nope.
We can vote again. We did just vote on it, though.
Okay, that's fine. If you're going to take that as a vote, that's fine. Perfect. Thank you. Then we'll have 10.3 is standardization of Microsoft Power Platform suite of products for corporate information technology, FCS 22036, citywide. Staff is Maria McChesney and Kathy Nuttall. May I have a mover and a second to put this item on the floor? Moved by Councillor Wilson, seconded by Councillor Brenda Johnson, who's still present. Thank you, Brenda. And are there any questions? It's on the floor. Any questions of this particular item, Councillor Powers, sir?
Thank you. I just, in the report, and I did make a note of, you indicated there was no cost associated with this. My assumption is that the cost is as we replace or add product on a going forward basis, then that's where the cost will be. There's actually no, I'm going to say, upfront costs required for the introduction of this standardization.
Ms. McChesney?
Through you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, I think Maria McChesney's, I can't hear you, Maria.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Okay. Through the chair, Maria McChesney, Director of Information Technology. Councillor, this report deals with the standardization of the product, which is what we're looking for council's approval. As we purchase the product for select applications, there will be licensing fees for the products. There's different models of fee depending on the role. So an administrator might pay a higher license fee as opposed to a user, but there will be a cost as we implement them.
Okay, Councillor?
Nope, that's fine. That was my expectation, and thank you for the clarity on it very much.
Thank you. Seeing no other speakers, then the item is on the table, has been moved in second. Electronic vote, please.
And that vote carries 6-0.
Thank you. We're going to move on to item 10.4 is analysis for Hamilton Waterfront Trust December 31, 2020 audited financial statements, FCS 22019 citywide. Present will be staff is Brian McMullen. Can I please have a mover and a second to put item 10.4 on the floor? Moved by Councillor Powers, seconded by Councillor Wilson. It's on the floor. Any questions on this item, please? And I welcome Councillor Farr as Waterfront Trust member present. Councillor Wilson.
Sorry, couldn't find the button. Thank you very much. I do just have a few questions, but I was wondering, Chair Pearson, if I could ask Mr. McMullen just to give a very quick overview because I'm the furthest thing from an accountant.
Brian, would you give us Cole's Notes version? We can't hear you.
Yeah, no, yes. So through the chair, Brian McMullen, Director of Financial Planning, Administration and Policy for Corporate Services. Yeah, just a quick overview. Warner Plessel went through a lot of this information in his slides this morning regarding the 2020 debrief to committee, and a number of the councillors also highlighted some of the information that we have contained in our report. So we were asked to report on the 2020 financial results back when the Hamilton Waterfront Trust financial statements came forward to the committee meeting on November the 4th. Our report got deferred a couple times as we were wanting to make sure that we were aligning it with the presentation from the executive director, Warner Plessel. So what we've done in this report is essentially we've analyzed the 2020 financial statements in comparison to the 2019. And then we have two of the appendices also give a bit of a history on the 4 years of information. So 2017, 2018, 2019, and 2020 financial statements and sort of the trends that show up in those numbers. And as we was mentioned this morning, so just sort of highlighting table 1 in the reports just sort of highlights the financial position for the Hamilton Waterfront Trust based on the financial statements that were provided. They also are attached as Appendix C. It shows that the net worth is the equity position has decreased by $31,000 from the prior year. The explanation for those increases and decreases will follow in the statement of the income statement. The assets, they're about $3 million and a bit of a decrease from the prior year. Liabilities also, they're about $2 million and they've decreased, which is a good sign. When you get into the statement of operations and the changes in net assets, table 2, and some of the information that Warner Plessel highlighted this morning was the revenue about $2.7 million. In 2019, and then $1.9 million in 2020. Changes related to, in this case, it looks like the Williams Fresh Cafe had a bit of a decline in 2020 from 2019. And then when you get down to expenses, also the expenses were lower. And as the councillors pointed out in this morning's meeting, when you get down to the what is referred to as the excess or deficiency of revenue over expenses, $31,000 in 2020 versus $981,000 in 2019, and the big difference in 2019 would have been the expenses associated with the tenant dispute. The rest of the report just sort of highlights some of the breakdown of what those revenues are. We have some figures there showing the breakdown of those different lines of business, as Warner Plessel pointed out this morning, and we just put it in a graphical format on page 5 and page 6 on the expenses. We looked at some of the financial indicators on the trends. We only looked at the 2020 versus the 2019 and showed some of those trends in table 3. And then, that's basically all we wanted to highlight in this. The Appendix A, like I said, it talks about the financial position over the 4 years. So it does show some trends on the asset position and the liability position. I don't know if there's anything that necessarily noteworthy there. And then same thing on the revenues and expenses on Appendix B. It shows some of the differences, and one of the differences that was pointed out this morning in 2020. There was some government assistance of $340,000 that helped the situation, so that there was just a loss of the $31,000. Mm-hmm. So that's basically a summary. Any particular questions? I can answer those.
Thank you. I just want to make sure. Thank you, Mr. McMullen, through the chair. I understand what my responsibility is compared to that which I believe to be the board's. So it's not like in the expenses in your report during COVID, there's a 573% increase in travel during COVID. Is it my responsibility to ask questions of that? I assume it's the board's responsibility. I'm just, in terms of the framework and the obligations of the deed, what is my job in this regard in terms of the financials?
So yeah, through the chair, I think there's a responsibility, as you suggest, through the governance model with the board to have certain responsibilities over these financial results, and the board would then be reporting into council through this committee on any of the challenges or any of their plans, as was suggested earlier this morning.
Okay. The other question I have through the chair, it noted in Mr. Plesso's overview that the deed changed slightly in October of 2018. Is that a delegated authority in which to change? Because that would have been post the October 2018 election. So I'm just wondering what the change was and who is serviced with the authority to make that change.
Through the chair, I can start. I don't know whether Ron Saba wants to have help on that one, but a committee report came to GIC in September 26th.
Oh, okay.
Council approved it, so there was some work that was done to make revisions to the original deed, and then the revised deed was brought forward at that time. And it provided there was some changes that were highlighted at that particular time. It removes mention of the Hamilton Port Authority, which would have been included in the original deed. There's some updates to the descriptions on the mandate and governance related to Hamilton Waterfront Trust. There was one of the other things that was highlighted would have been the authority and discretion to dissolve the trust on 12 months' notice, imposition of some monetary limitations of what the Hamilton Waterfront Trust can spending limits without city approval. Indications about the grants that the Waterfront Trust can explicitly authorize to enter into, requiring a 4-year term, and there was a number of other issues that were brought forward. About 12 different items were highlighted in that particular report to committee.
Chairperson, my apologies. Brian, you referenced September. I thought Mr. Plessel's slide gave a late October date for the change to that deed. So hence my question on whether it was a delegated authority or not. My apologies. I guess my only other question is one of the timing. So I would assume then that the next financial statement for the last fiscal year will be brought to this body post, would it be March of this year? How does that work in terms of the timing of the 2021?
So through the chair, the financial statements are, and the audit of those financial statements is the responsibility of the Hamilton Waterfront Trust. And I'm pretty sure I took notes this morning when Warner was speaking that he indicated that he hopes that they'll go to their board in May with those financial statements, and then shortly thereafter they're sent to this committee as an information item.
Okay, Chair Pearson, my last question is the homework that I have to do. The referenced management agreement that the trust offers in its service for future city capital projects, who do I ask about that?
So through the chair, I can get back to you on that. I don't know whether we have particular staff that might be responsible for that particular contract on this call today. I think it's mainly it's public works related work. So I can follow up with the acting general manager Craig Murdoch and find out who's in charge of that.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. McMullen.
So just to the chair, we can't. You're muted right now.
My apologies. Sorry, Councillor Wilson. Your question on the revised deed of trust. I noted that it was October 26, 2018. That was revised. So that was the note that I wrote from Warner's presentation this morning. So with that, Councillor Farr, I just saw you chime in. Councillor Farr, did you wish to speak on this?
Yeah, I waited. I wanted to let all the members go first, but so I watched with interest the last few meetings, and certainly there's some themes, and in this report, Brian, through you, you're saying staff are directed to meet with the Hamilton Waterfront Trust and gather information surrounding their 2020 audited financial statements in an effort to provide a summary of the relevant changes and report back to the audit. I'm missing something here. I don't remember that specific request. I thought the more prevailing theme was long-term sustainability. There was concern, and a lot of that was because we took a while to get our annual reporting to AFNA. So what does that, just so I'm clear, what does that relevant changes mean?
So through the chair, that was a specific recommendation, I guess, from the committee at that time. So we were just looking to report back on the changes between the 2019 and the 2020 financial statements. We did not meet with staff. We just used the information that was provided in the 2020 financial statements, and we did a comparison of the 2020 to the 2019 financial statements. So subsequent to that, though, was when the other request came forward about the request for an audit, which is the next item on the agenda, item 10.5, where it came back where the committee requested an audit of the financial sustainability and viability of the Hamilton Waterfront Trust and a scope of work. And that's the next report on today's agenda.
Okay, so you had then said you went further than 2020. You've got an appendices here that goes back 4 years too, correct?
Yeah, so through the chair, at the time when we first drafted this report, we were going to bring it forward in early February or March, I think was the first time. So we had done a bit more analysis on some of the previous financial statements. So we had included that as an appendix, and then subsequent now, it sounds like we're looking for a scope of audit work that would then also look at that and get into some greater detail on the past trends and what the future looks like for Hamilton Waterfront Trust.
So, and forgive me, but the only question I have left is, if I was on AFNA, I probably wouldn't be asking it. But when you put a report like this together, is there no summary or conclusion that you would offer? And I ask only because, and it's the report that you mentioned is coming up next as well. But you with your bright money mind looks at not only, I guess, a year over year, which you've done in this report, or you've added a few years, but also wouldn't you review our third-party audited statements and the clean audit we did receive? And is that at all factored in? And why wouldn't? How, do you normally not offer summaries or conclusions for stuff like this?
So through the chair, so we were asked to do an information report. So
okay.
We've done a information report and provided, no particular guidance. We've done some analysis related to some of the ratios and trends in the report, and we've indicated in that report. And as you point out, it was a clean audit opinion. And in the report, we highlight some of the sort of the two-year trends on some of the revenues and expenses, and some of the couple of ratios. So we have a current ratio that we refer to in Table 3. That's current assets to current liabilities. So those are they're in good stead in 2020 and 2019. The debt to equity ratio has gone down slightly between the 2 years, and then we looked at the gross margin that fell between 2020 from 2019. So just some rather high level ratios. What the expectation is if we do have an audit of the financial viability and sustainability, we would expect that the auditors would be looking at more of those issues and trends and reporting back to committee and the board.
Okay, great. Thank you, Brian. Really appreciate it. And Madam Chair, I'll just say, one of the conclusions I can share is it's very tough to compare a non-pandemic year into a pandemic year. And Brian's done a great job, and staff. Statistically, I could tell you, and this is my conclusion, but certainly you could look into it by heading over to Stats Canada and look at the impact of COVID-19 on the tourism sector. If you want to compare tourism at the Hamilton Waterfront Trust with those ugly numbers, we're doing really well. We got very lucky. I mean, not only did we exceed at making sure we applied for and received all the relevant monies, COVID applications successfully, but when we were able to open, those assets certainly were attractions in those windows where we were allowed to. We fared a lot better than the stats, at least for Ontario. So a tough one to report on. So I really appreciated the succinct nature of the report, and I look forward to the next one as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And seeing no further speakers, it's been moved and seconded. The report is on the floor. All in favor? Councillor Powers is showing his thumbs up, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Perfect. And the vote carries 6-0.
Thank you. Going to move on now to item 10.5 is the request for sustainability and financial viability audit of Hamilton Waterfront Trust FCS 22038 citywide. And again, it'll be Brian McMullen. But committee may want to defer consideration of items 10.5 and 13.1 on the outstanding business list amendments until after consideration of the closed session item 14.2. So is that the wish of committee?
Madam Chairman, I'd be happy to move we defer until after we have the closed session.
Thank you. So it's been moved by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Johnson. Thank you. Electronic vote, Madam Clerk. Thank you. So that's deferred. And before we go in camera.
Just waiting. Councillor Powers, did you thumbs up? Sorry. He did? Okay, great. That's carries 6-0. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have Mike Zagarik's name all over my paper here. Mr. Zagarik wanted to speak briefly before we go in camera.
Can we just do the last discussion item first, though, Madam Chair?
My apologies. Okay, sorry. Keep turning the page. You know, we're going to have to do it in a scroll, right? 10.6, Development Charges Stakeholders Subcommittee Report 22-002, April 12, 2022. This is the subcommittee report. May I have a mover and a second to put the item on the floor? Moved by Councillor Wilson, second by Councillor Powers. Any questions to this item, please? Seeing none, electronic vote then. Thank you.
And that vote carries 6-0.
And Mike, not like I haven't drug you out all the way along through here, but now's your chance.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair Pearson. I appreciate it's been a relatively long committee meeting, but I did want to note that this is the last Audit Finance Admin meeting for Director Rick Mail. Rick will be retiring and his last working day is April 29th. And I appreciate Rick unfortunately had to leave AFNA to attend a 1:30 meeting, but I wanted to publicly recognize Rick's 43 years of dedicated public service. It's extraordinary that an individual holds a leadership role in public sector for 43 years, but Rick has held a leadership role previously with the region of Hamilton Wentworth and then with the new amalgamated city of Hamilton. Just wanted to recognize Rick. I wanted to personally thank him for his guidance and his support to the Corporate Services Department, his participation and contributions to the Corporate Services leadership team, and his guidance and dedication to senior leadership team and to council. So again, I think it's, personally, I think it's somewhat extraordinary to have an individual provide 43 years of public service, exemplary public service, and wanted to recognize Rick and wish him all the best in his retirement. I know his 4 grandchildren will keep him busy, and I hope he has an exciting and eventful retirement. So thank you, Councillor Pearson, and I just wanted to, again, take that opportunity to recognize Rick.
Thank you so much, Mike, and I'm sorry that he's not here to hear it personally, but I'm sure he will pick up on it later. And you're absolutely right, absolutely astounding track record and commitment to the residents of the city of Hamilton and to all of staff and to the councillors over the years. So thank you for that. So now with that, then we'll deal with going in. Madam Clerk, am I okay to say we go in camera now? We've done that.
We have completed that and we've deferred the outstanding business items, but if we could just approve the closed minutes of last meeting first.
Thank you. Where are we?
Mid-page 9.
Page 9, here we go. So private and confidential item 14.1. We have the April 7, 2022 closed minutes. May I have a mover and a second to approve the closed minutes of April 7th meeting, moved by Councillor Vanderbeek, second by Councillor Ferguson, and all in favor.
And that vote carries 6-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So now we will now go into closed session for item 14.2. And may I please have a mover and a seconder to move in closed session pursuant to section Yeah, we'll do this first. Pursuant to section 9(1), subsections D, F, small I, J, and K of the city's procedural bylaw 21-021 is amended, in section 2392, subsections D, F, I, J, and K of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001 is amended, as the subject matter pertains to labor relations or employee negotiations, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, a trade secret or scientific, technical, commercial, financial, or labor relations information supplied in confidence to the municipality or local board, which, if disclosed, could reasonably be expected to prejudice significantly the competitive position or interfere significantly with the contractual or other negotiations of a person, group of persons, or organizations, a trade secret or scientific, technical, commercial, or financial information that belongs to the municipality or local board and has monetary value or potential monetary value, and a position, plan, procedure, criteria, instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board. May I please have an electronic vote, please, to go in camera?
Just mover and seconder on that
by
one.
Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Powers, please. Go. Councillor Powers says thumbs up, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Excellent. And that vote carries 6-0.
Thank you, everyone. So now we're going in to closed session. Be sure that you switch over. I'm just going to read off. Members of the public are advised that during the closed session portion of the meeting, the live stream will broadcast a closed session in progress screen. The broadcast will resume when the closed session portion of the meeting is complete. Before we move into closed session, I'd ask that all members of the public to please now exit the WebEx meeting, and thank you for that. As well, any member staff that are not directly related to the in-camera items are also now asked to please exit the WebEx meeting. And a reminder to council
And we are now live, Councillor.
Sorry, I just needed that time. That call didn't go through. Sorry. I'm going to try one more time, and I'm going to put you on.
So Madam Clerk, 14.2 and 10.5, right?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Hi, sorry, I had to leave a message. Okay, so we're back now in open session. Thank you, everyone. We're on item 10.5, and I'm going to read it off. That's a request for sustainability and financial viability audit of Hamilton Waterfront Trust FCS 22038 citywide. Brian McMullen is available from staff. So I have a mover and a seconder to defer item. Sorry, Councillor Clark, did you wish to read it off? Or
I was just going to refer 10.5 and 14.2 to the next council meeting.
Yeah, and that's moved by yourself, second by Councillor Wilson. All in favor, electronic vote, please.
And that vote carries 5-0.
Thank you. And with that, we have no motions, no notices, motions, general information, other business. We have items 13.1, amendments to the outstanding business list. So 13.1A, we have the subs item, correspondence from Trent Jarvis, Hamilton Waterfront Trust respecting update. And that is to be removed, Madam Clerk, correct? So that'll be an amendment. That it be removed, and then all the other items, directions been given. Can I have a mover and a seconder to approve the amendments to the outstanding business list as amended? Moved by Councillor Powers, second by Councillor Vanderbeek. Electronic vote, please.
And that vote carries 5-0.
Thank you. And now we're on to, okay, so we've done that. I think we're a motion to adjourn, correct, Madam Clerk?
That is correct.
A motion to adjourn, please. Councillor Powers has 2 thumbs up. Councillor Vanderbeek, electronic vote, everyone. Thank you very, very much. Helping move this meeting along today. I see some thumbs up. Thank you.
And Councillor Clark, thumbs up.
Yep, absolutely.
Thank you. And that vote carries
5-0.
Okay,
thank you, Angela. Thank you so